This is Sadia in Proma. Assalamu alaikum. This is Sadia in Proma, working as research data analyst at Center for Genocide Studies, and it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the second day of the sixth and last webinar, Futures of Higher Education, of the webinar series, celebrating 100 years of the University of Dhaka, reflections from alumni, national and international. As the entire world is going through an extraordinarily difficult time since December 2019, and people are grappling to confront the new normal while fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. The third wave is also looming around the corner. So I sincerely hope that you are keeping yourself safe by following the safety measures in this trying time. I'd like to thank you all for joining us today virtually for this international conference, especially our honorable moderator and speakers for blessing us with their presence. The University of Dhaka started its journey with the vision to be a leading institution for academic excellence and innovations in Asia, and has achieved remarkable success over the 100 years. As Bangladesh steps into its 50 as a proud independent state into 2021, the University of Dhaka also celebrates its centenary. To commemorate the latter, a series of international e-conferences has been organized by the University of Dhaka. As part of the series, the international e-conferences on futures of higher education will cover a total of 15 relevant areas of the futures of higher education. Webinar 6 will attempt to find responses to some of the queries related to the future of higher education, such as digitalizing education and virtual campus, creativity and the classroom of the future, localizing universities, SDGs, and university governance, research, innovation, and funding opportunities, political economy of aesthetic education, blue knowledge and eco-education, and post-pandemic higher education and relevant others. This event also aims to address the policy options for the future for sustainable and holistic changes in the society. Just to give everybody a brief overview of today, 6 distinguished and renowned speakers are going to be presenting their papers in 2 sessions. The first session is going to be moderated by our esteemed Professor Dr. Rounaq Jahan Madam, former faculty, University of Dhaka, Distinguished Fellow, Center for Policy Dialogue, Bangladesh, and visiting scholar, Columbia University. We have 3 renowned and eminent speakers for this session. At first, we have Professor Dr. Syed Zamil Ahmed, Department of Theatre and Performance Studies, University of Dhaka. Then we have Professor Dr. Habiba Zaman, alumni of the University of Dhaka, and Department of Gender, Sexuality and Women's Studies, Simon Fraser University, Burnaby, Canada. Finally, we have Professor Dr. Salimullah Khan, alumni of the University of Dhaka, and General Education Department and Director of Center for Advanced Theory, University of Liberal Arts, Bangladesh, Dhaka. For the convenience of all, the housekeeping rules will be posted in the chat box. I would like to remind our speakers that each speaker is allotted 20 minutes of time. For the kind convenience of the speakers, 3 minutes gentle reminder will be given at 17th minutes. Dear guests and participants, we would strongly encourage you all to pose all sorts of questions to our speakers and moderators, and would like to request you to post your questions in the Zoom chat box as well. This will be addressed during the Q&A session of each panel. Without further ado, I politely request Professor Dr. Rounaq Jahan ma'am to take over from here and commence the first session of today. Ma'am, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Proma. Let me, first of all, welcome everybody to the panel, which is on futures of higher education. We have 3 professors from 3 different universities who will be speaking today. They are from 3 different universities, but what they have in common is that they are all alumni of Dhaka University. The 3 papers are quite diverse, and from the abstract, I couldn't really draw any conclusion about what the authors' suggestions are for the future of higher education. But generally, I know abstracts are written in this way to tantalize readers' interest so that they would read the whole paper or listen to the whole paper so that they can find out what the authors have in mind. So I very much look forward to listening to the three panelists. So our first speaker today is Professor Dr. Soyed Jamil Ahmed, who is from Dhaka University's Department of Theatre and Performance Studies. And his paper is titled Scrutinizing an Immediate Suitor of the Future, Philosophy, Performance, and Higher Education in Bangladesh. When all the three papers are presented, then I would ask some questions before the general Q&A. My questions would be directed to the three papers. Thank you. It is over to you, Dr. Soyed Jamil Ahmed.
Thank you. I need to begin with an apology, perhaps. I'd resent my abstract and the title. So it is quite different from what you announced, but I'd sent it about a week earlier. I think it should have been included in your later emails, but I'm not sure. But this is the title of my presentation now. Refusing Neoliberalism in Bangladesh Higher Education, a Bricolage of Alternative Imaginaries. Okay, the structure of presentation. First, I present in part one, it examines Joseph Jacotot's universal teaching as examined by Jacques Rancière to assert that teaching needs to be universal rather than serving the interests of particular social groups. In part two, I unpeel the concept of education by examining John Dewey, Richard Peters, Paulo Freire, Ivan Illich, and Jacques Derrida. And in part three, I examine the question of academic freedom as raised by Richard Rorty, the operation of conjunctive form of Foucauldian power, knowledge, truth, and knowledge in postmodern neoliberal condition as theorized by Jean-François Lyotard. In conclusion, I gather the key arguments of the preceding three sections in order to construct a bricolage of alternative imaginaries in higher education of Bangladesh. Moving to the first part, Jacotot Rancière's principle of universal teaching. Now, Jacques Rancière in The Ignorant Schoolmaster examines Joseph Jacotot's universal teaching. Jacotot was a university lecturer in French literature. In 1818, he taught French to Flemish-speaking students in the Netherlands. The students did not speak French and he did not speak Flemish. Without commentaries, explications, and tutoring in grammar, Jacotot taught them French by means of a bilingual French-Flemish translation of the Télémaque, which is the adventures of Telemachus, son of Ulysses. Stimulated by his accidental success, Jacotot went on to teach subjects such as music and painting, about which he actually knew nothing. In Jacotot's teaching process, the student's intelligence obeyed only itself, but submitted to the will of the teacher. It situated knowledge not as something to be possessed, but as something to be achieved by means of doing, of activity, of practice. The student would be forced to set off on an adventure where he would see everything for himself. He would always respond to a three-part question. What does he see? What does he think about it? And what does he make of it? And so on to infinity. Because all knowledge is related. If a person knows anything well enough, he could apply it to all fields of knowledge. So was Jacotot's argument. Now, Jacotot's teaching process is actually teaching by oneself and has been prevalent since the beginning of the world and has formed all great men, including the Prophet himself. There are three principles involved in it. That one, all humans have equal intelligence. It is only the will to apply intelligence that it is only in the will to apply intelligence that humans differ. Two, every human has received from God the faculty of being able to instruct him or herself. Number three is everything is in everything. That is, when something is learned thoroughly and intensively, the learning can be related to everything else. And in the process, everything, whether scientific, literary, or artistic, can be grasped. Now, I have a disclaimer and counterclaims to make. Universal teaching is not a pedagogic method to be applied in schools or universities in Bangladesh or anywhere else to generate emancipation in the 21st century. Rather, I draw on Rancière, who makes two crucial claims, and that is what I would like to imply here. One, there is no relationship between one's intellect and one's position in the social order. Anyone has a capacity to be where he or she can't be and do what he or she can't do. Two, education can be, indeed needs to be, universal rather than in the interests of or in the name of particular social groups or identities. The problem is remedying the contempt which fuels the belief in inequality, including by those who fail. Now I move on to the second part, ontology of education from Dewey to Derrida. John Dewey argues, and clearly enough he says, education is a social process of reproduction by which social groups maintain their continuous existence. Hence, education is a process of renewal of the meanings of experience through a process of transmission, partly incidental to the ordinary companionship or intercourse of adults and youth, partly deliberately instituted to effect social continuity. The education subject is the social order itself and opportunities it might create for democratic social self-reproduction. One permanent frame of reference for John Dewey's notion of education is the organic connection between education and personal experience. I move on to Richard Stanley Peters, for whom education is always already articulated with a particular worldview. A person is not instructed in algebra, he shows, for example, or he or she is not educated in algebra. Rather, a person is educated by instructions on algebra. To be considered educated for Richard Stanley Peters, a person must, one, demonstrate some mastery of forms of thought which are not harnessed purely to utilitarian purposes, and two, have knowledge and understanding of principles such that they make a difference to his or her general view of the world. Moving on to Paulo Freire, the third note for this section. For Freire, education is either used to domesticate the younger generation to the current system or is a practice of freedom by which they transform the world. His basic assumption is that the ontological vocation of humans is to be subjects who can act upon the world. Education is inevitably political for Paulo Freire, in that it is an act directed at freedom from oppression. It is necessary for Freire to engage in praxis to be an educative process, which is, by praxis, he means the symbiosis between reflective action and critical theorizing directed towards transforming the world. He proposes a problem-posing learning situation conjoined by dialogical relation. Moving on to Ivan Illich, the fourth node, who argues for deschooling. He says, deschooling is necessary because the schools are the world's fastest growing labor market. They sell curriculum and the teacher serves as the distributor. He proposes inverse educational system with three purposes. One, provide all who want to learn with access to resources at any time in their lives. Two, empower all who want to share what they know, to find those who want to learn it from them. And three, furnish all who want to present an issue to the public with the opportunity to make their challenge known. And he proposes an opportunity wave of four networks. One, reference services that facilitates access to things or processes used in formal learning. Two, permits persons to list their skills. This is the skills exchanges. And three, peer matching, by which facilitates persons finding partners for learning activities he or she is interested in, and for reference services, which it is actually a directory listing addresses and skills of professionals, paraprofessionals, etc. I move on to the last note in this section, Christian Ulmer after Jacques Derrida, and Ulmer argues that educational systems all the world over can be divided into two types. Representational, that represent the world in the classroom, and teacher here is the explicator, or presentational, that attempts to bring the world into the classroom, as Dewey does or Paulo Freire attempts to. Assumption in both cases is that the full immediate presence of the world is possible. In this case, it is important to remember, like René Magritte's painting, The Treachery of Images, both systems are problematic, for the world is undecidable. this is not a pipe, as this painting says, and it actually is not a pipe of real life, but it is a representation of a pipe. To that extent, it is a pipe. So it is, the world is undecidable, and it is that part that Ulmer wants to emphasize, that it can never be comprehensible in its entirety. So Ulmer proposes, after Jacques Derrida originary translation, a systematic attempt to foreground the undecidability at the stake in presence and representation. That is, it is a pedagogy that simply foregrounds that just as presence is a condition of possibility of representation, representation is a condition of possibility of presence, which means that it is also the condition of impossibility. So it is this, the pedagogy simply attempts to foreground this undecidable condition. I move on to the third part, unsettling higher education, new liberalism, knowledge, and power knowledge. Here, it is important to remember that what a function of a university is. And a function of a university, if you look back at the University of Bologna, established in 1044, supposedly the first or one of the first universities in Europe, with this notion of universitas magistrorum et scholarium, by which this notion implies that the institution of masters, so the university is an institution of masters, magistrorum or professors, and scholars, scholarium or students. It was a company of persons, a body, like all other medieval guilds, organized for the sake of its protection from hostile outsiders, even when it critiqued and disapproved policies endorsed by the state and the church. In any era of totalitarian control by both secular and religious authorities, as the one universities in Bangladesh finds themselves today, it is crucially important that to function as institutes of higher education, these must be granted complete protection. And those enjoying this protection must cherish it to critique and disapprove, as and when necessary, policies endorsed by the state, as well as religious organizations of all faiths and denominations. Now, this brings you to the question of academic freedom, and Immanuel Kant argues very forcefully that it is absolutely essential that the learned communities at the university also contain a faculty that is independent of the government's command with regards to its teachings, which unfortunately is not the case in Bangladesh, and concerns itself with truth, one in which reason is authorized to speak out publicly. For without a faculty of this kind, the truth would not come to light, and this would be to the government's own detriment, argues Kant. Taking a different trajectory, a slightly different trajectory, Richard Rorty argues that the actual function of academic freedom is insulating teachers from pressure both from the public bodies and private boards who pay their wages. But at the same time, he says it is not possible to draw a line between academic politics and disinterested pursuit of truth. So in the universities, to claim that one is pursuing truth without any interest, it is all bogus. So there is no disinterested pursuit of truth, and at the same time, it is inevitably impinges on academic politics. So to draw a line between academic politics and disinterested pursuit of truth is very difficult. It's not possible, really, between appropriate social utility and inappropriate politicization of the faculty. Still, redrawing the line continuously is necessary, because universities are unlikely to remain free once people outside the universities take a hand in redrawing this line. We move on to Foucauldian power, knowledge, and truth triangulation. And Foucault shows forcefully that it is a fallacy to claim renunciation of power is one of the conditions of knowledge. Power produces knowledge not simply by encouraging it because it serves power, or by applying it because it is useful, but because power and knowledge directly imply one another. There is no power relation sans the correlative constitution of a field of knowledge, nor any knowledge that does not constitute at the same time power relations. The interweaving effect of power and knowledge is such that knowledge not only assumes the authority of the truth, but has the power to make itself true. And it is this function that the academics in the field of higher education serve as gatekeepers of knowledge and generators of truth claims thereof. Moving on to Jean-François Lyotard's The Postmodern Condition, It shows that technological transformations will have considerable impact on knowledge as societies enter the post-industrial age. Hence, two principal functions of knowledge, research and transmission of acquired knowledge will be severely affected. He shows that knowledge is and will be, as societies move towards post-industrial age, will be produced in order to be sold. It is and will be consumed in order to be valorized in a new production. In both cases, the goal is exchange. Knowledge will cease to be an end in itself. It will lose its use value. It will be an informational commodity, indispensable to productive power. Now, for Lyotard, all meta-narratives, from the Quran as the complete code of life to Marxist revolutionary emancipation and anything else that you can think of, will progressively become bankrupt as tools of legitimation. Under such conditions, education will only be legitimated in de facto terms through the principle of performativity. That is, the logic of maximization of the system's performance, which becomes self-legitimating. With the ascendancy of the so-called new right in the global north, education is already a leading subsector of the economy. This future awaits Bangladesh higher education unless the process can be resisted. I move on to the concluding part of my argument, and by here I construct the bricolage of alternative imaginaries. Now, this bricolage does not seek legitimacy in modernist meta-narratives. It also does not attempt to build a closed system of a unified monolithic narrative. It is built as an assemblage of disparate micro-discourses from which claims to universal truth is stripped forthwith so as to drive towards paralogy. The ground is formed by the three micro-discourses borrowed from, the ground of the bricolage is formed by the three micro-discourses borrowed from Rancière. One, teaching cannot be transmission of knowledge by explication. Knowledge by teaching cannot be explication. So this is one of the micro discourses borrowed from Rancière. The second micro discourse is no relationship needs to be drawn between a person's intellect and the position in the social order. And the third, education has to be made available for all rather than serving the interests of particular social groups. This, I argue, is for me the ground for the bricolage, ground on which can operate disparate bundle of 5 micro discourses such that their operation result in response to the contrary drive of each micro discourse, driving against the other, leading not to consensus but to paralogy.
Sir, you have 3 minutes left. Sorry for interrupting.
I'll finish. One, so here the five bundles that we have is firstly, Dewey's notion of education that foregrounds society and experience. 2, Peter's inscription of the same notion with an expansive worldview. 3rd, Freire's assertion of a dialogical education as praxis of freedom. 4th, Illich's inverse educational system mobilized by, sorry, there's a spelling mistake here, mobilized by means of opportunity web consisting of 4 networks that I discussed earlier, and Ulmer and Derrida's theorization of originary translation, which foregrounds undecidability. So I argue that on the ground proposed earlier, these 5 disparate bundles of macro discourses may be allowed to work against each other, attempting to create paralogy, and not consensus at all. The ground and the bundle of micronarratives is framed by the notion of a healthy and free university where the faculties join themselves in jealously guarding their academic freedom, always seeking to redraw the line between appropriate social utility and inappropriate politicization without any interference from outside. Secondly, the frame also includes the triangulation of power, knowledge, truth, articulation of which by the faculties will be in the form of the curriculum they follow and their socio-political actions they pursue for the benefit of a common good instead of individual profit. And thirdly, generation of paralogy by inventing counterexamples, by looking for paradox and legitimating it by new rules in the games of reasoning. Now, by this, I mean, consider, for example, the arrow paradox of classical mechanics. If you divide time into discrete zero duration slices, no motion is happening in each of the slices. So taking them as a whole, all of them together, motion is impossible. Or consider this, the dilemma, the crocodile dilemma. If a crocodile steals a child and promises its return, if the father can correctly guess exactly what the crocodile will do, how should the croc respond in the case that the father guesses that the child will not be returned? In both cases, the performative logic of the neoliberal system breaks down. And the break is in the order of paralogy, which does not attempt to generate consensus, but attempts to generate multiple strands of dialogue. And none of them are trying to come to cohesive, unified concept. Hopefully, the proposed bricolage for the future education in Bangladesh will make it possible to find alternatives to educational order under neoliberalism. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jamil Ahmed. I must say that I would like to congratulate you for presenting very complex ideas in a very short period. I just have one or two questions that I would pose now. You don't need to answer it now, but I think when the end,
the Q&A session.
I think you can take it up. My question first is that because we are concerned about the future of Dhaka University and future of education in Bangladesh, this discourse and these ideas that you are proposing, how do you get a good audience amongst your colleagues, for instance, that you sort of talk about all these ideas? And also, what about the students? Because I mean, finally, we are all looking for some change. And if so, then what are the sort of, what is the situation now from which we could at some point see some groundswell, for instance? So this is a sort of overarching question. And then I think more specifically, you talk about protecting freedom of expression, but who really, whose responsibility it is? Who will be doing this? Or realistically, because I was a teacher in Dhaka University now, almost I left in 1982, so I'm not all that familiar now with the university situation in Bangladesh, but you are teaching, so you sort of are more up to date. So what sort of the prospects? And my final question is on this four webs that you talk about, Neelij. Do you think that now that we are into more into digital web-based sort of learning, in terms of creating these networks, is it creating a more conducive environment to create and share these kinds of web-based networks under COVID and moving forward, if higher education is going to be more and more web-based? So these are more broad questions, which you can take up any or none at all when we go into Q&A. I would now request Professor Dr. Habiba Zaman now to give her paper. Hopefully the title that was given to me is the same one that you are going to speak about. I'm sorry I never got the latest version of Professor Jamil Ahmed's paper.
Ma'am, I take the responsibility for that. I should have reminded you. We attached the latest version to the last email that we have sent you. I'm so sorry, sir.
Anyway, but as I said, from the abstract, it is very difficult to know what the paper is all about. Habiba's paper is titled Disciplinary Boundaries in Higher Education, Then and Now in Globalized World. And I think even from the abstract, I could get that what she is proposing is a more multidisciplinary paradigm in social sciences. So I'm not sure that how practicals this will be for non-social sciences, for instance. But over to you, Habiba. Thank you. You have to unmute yourself, Habiba. Unmute yourself.
Thank you, Professor Rounaq, and thank you, the organizers of this conference. I consider that you have done an excellent job, and you are pretty organized, and especially I appreciate your technological skills. It's amazing. Thank you. I will talk about more some kind of my experiential knowledge rather than talking about all kinds of discourses, what Professor Jamil Ahmed has mentioned. And I really enjoyed your paper. In the academic world, students are typically trained in specific disciplines and often remain committed to maintaining disciplinary boundaries. In my presentation today, I argue that too much focus on disciplinary boundaries and rigid training in a single discipline curtails both undergraduate and graduate students, especially MA students and master's students, potential growth, creativity, diverse knowledge, and critical thinking. A single discipline-based training fosters a tunnel view education, hindering survival in the 21st century's globalized world that transcends borders and national boundaries in terms of knowledge creation and application of a wide range of skills. Using a political economy and a spatial theoretical framework, experiential knowledge, and long-term research on international migration of Asians, I argue that an interdisciplinary paradigm with a focus on social justice and community engagement, as well as learnings, can help potential growth and prepare students for the competitive 21st century's global economy and citizenship. In my talk today, I reflect on my own study experience at the University of Dhaka from 1968 to 1974, and then juxtapose my later academic training at the University of Manitoba in Canada and my teaching experience over the last 30 years in Canada. My interdisciplinary education and training in Bangladesh and Canada broadened my academic horizon at multiple levels, local, national, and global. I was a student at the University of Dhaka at a very turbulent time that witnessed and experienced the rise of the 1969 movement against Pakistani military junta, the genocide in 1971, the independence movement, and the birth of a newly independent country called Bangladesh. I did my honors in political science with economics and sociology as my subsidiary subjects. Each subsidiary subject consisted of 3 courses over a span of 2 years. I still recall Professor Rahman Sabahan as my subsidiary teacher in economics and Rabia Khatun in sociology. In political science, I had 9 courses over a 3-year period. When I completed my honors MA degrees, I unwittingly failed to make connections between the major political science and subsidiary courses in economics and sociology, although these had tremendous consequences on my academic trajectory in later years. I joined the University of Rajshahi in 1975 as a lecturer in political science. In the same year, that is 1975, the United Nations International Women's Conference was held in Mexico City, Mexico. The conference triggered my interest in women's issues in Bangladesh. Not only did I present a paper on United Nations human rights and the position of women in Bangladesh at the World University Services Forum at Rajshahi University in 1976, I continued my research interest on Bangladeshi women alongside my work in political science. I did my MA in political studies at the University of Manitoba in the early 1980s and later moved to anthropology and women's studies for my PhD work. While doing masters, I attended a couple of anthropology courses due to its content, and especially for Professor Louise Sweet, who conducted her own PhD research work in Syria and Lebanon. Under Professor Sweet's guidance, as well as her generosity of lending me books, I read countless books on women in quote-unquote Islamic societies. My graduate studies, as well as work in political science, anthropology, and women's studies and South Asia studies, provided a broad-based, robust training as an interdisciplinarian, helped me prepare for my future teaching and research in Canada and other countries globally. I finished my PhD in anthropology and women's studies from Manitoba in 1992, having done my doctoral field research in a village in Rajshahi, looking at allocation of time by men and women and role of patriarchy in Bangladesh. After teaching as a sessional in several universities in Canada, I finally landed on a tenure track position in women's studies at Simon Fraser University in 1995. I found women's studies at Simon Fraser University a truly interdisciplinary program because faculty were trained in history, psychology, economics, philosophy, geography, English, anthropology, indigenous studies, and film studies. The common bonding was the research interest and publications in feminist issues that encompass a wide range of topics, including sexuality, transgender, disability, race, gender, indigeneity, fashion, and so on. The central teaching pedagogy was inclusive education, as well as creating social justice at the local, provincial, and national levels. Joining this interdisciplinary department that demonstrates deep commitment to community engagement, local, national, and global, opened up a new horizon where I increasingly learned new teaching as well as research pedagogies and techniques. These interdisciplinary environments had profound impacts upon my 3 decades academic trajectory in Canada that I would like to illustrate with few examples. First, I was asked to join a 5-year multidisciplinary large international research project that involved 4 semi-peripheral countries according to Immanuel Wallerstein: Australia, Canada, Mexico, and Norway. Academics and researchers came from these 4 countries who were appointed in a number of universities in each country. This facilitated me not only to attend project-sponsored conferences in those countries, but enhanced my understanding of global issues. Further, I was a visiting research scholar in a number of universities in Australia. Second, I was invited to join as a member of Simon Fraser University Labour Studies Program Committee, where I worked with British Columbia's several well-known labour leaders who mobilized the trade union movements in British Columbia. This was an eye-opening experience for me, although my own research was, quote unquote, participation of Asian immigrant women in the labor market of Canada. Third, I was invited to join as a researcher of Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives that advocates for advancing progressive policies while providing critique of both federal and provincial governments' policies. In collaboration with Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, I successfully conducted a policy-oriented research that facilitated to publish a book and a report. And I must also confess that I was also interviewed by many media for this report. Fourth, I was bestowed an honor of an advisory professor of Ohio University in Nanjing, China in 2016, where I had delivered numerous public and seminar lectures to vastly international PhD and MA students originating from Africa, Asia, and Latin America for past 4 years, including one recent series via Zoom in 2021, May and June. Finally, my interdisciplinary academic life journey took place in numerous transnational spaces over a span of more than 40 years. I was able to do this primarily due to my interdisciplinary training and background. I thankfully acknowledge that my undergraduate academic training at Dhaka University and teaching experience as a young faculty at Rajshahi University in Bangladesh prepared me to encounter academic challenges in Canada, while embraced interdisciplinary discourses that transformed me as an empathetic global citizen. Having said so, I would like to point out a number of the following benefits of an interdisciplinary background at the university, especially at the undergraduate level. Interdisciplinary background creates a breadth and width of knowledge. It provides better employment opportunities in a wide range of workplaces, including governmental, educational, corporations, and grassroots organizations. It raises consciousness of social justice and assists to recognize one's own privileges. Interdisciplinary training is a fertile ground to motivate one to work with the community, local, regional, and global. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Habiba. And I assume you even finished before your allotted time. Bravo. It is a very moving illustration through your own life's journey about the importance of multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary education in a university. Again, as I said, that I am not so much in touch with the younger generation now, or even students, either here in Dhaka or even in New York. I do my own research. But my impression is that these issues of working with community-based organizations or concern about social justice, these are probably resonate not perhaps with the majority of students. For the job market, I don't know about Canada, but generally the job market in the US, for instance, that I'm familiar with, if you have a training, even as an undergrad, in handling large data sets and things of that sort, or computer skills, then you get jobs much faster than if you are a philosophy major or a history major, and or you are a major in gender studies. So, for a young person, it's very difficult then a decision, because you want to get a job. So I would, and even in some disciplines such as economics, or even in my own discipline, political science, particularly at the graduate studies level, it is now becoming more and more math oriented, and it's not sort of, it is very different take, and if you want to shine, then you go that route. So, I mean, as an idea, being a global citizen, or being concerned with social justice, this is something as a norm we all value. But what are the prospects given the realities on the ground, where really young people would like to get a job and earn a living, and how attracted would they be? Sorry to use the word, but is there a market for these kinds of ideas with the young people? As I said, that I'm not so much in touch with the young people now these days. So that is why I'm raising this question. Thank you very much. Now, our last speaker today is Professor Dr. Salimullah Khan, and he is in the Department of General Education, and also is a director of a Center for Advanced Theory, the University of Liberal Arts, which we all know as ULAB in Dhaka. And the title of his paper is Whatever Happened to the Idea of a University, on the Crisis in Higher Education in Late Capitalism. So even from the title, I guess that he is not going to paint a very pretty picture. So over to you, Salimullah.
Sir, please unmute yourself first. You are not audible, right?
Thank you for reminding, madam. So let me first share my screen. If it is visible, I'll be just reading. Thank you, Professor Rounaq Jahan, and thank you, my fellow panelists, Professor Zamil, Ahmed, and Professor Habiba Zaman, and all those who are listening. In this evening, since 20 minutes is very precious time, I'll go over straight to my topic. I set 4 or 5 issues to talk about. I will not talk about university in general, but I will address 2 kinds of universities. First, the universities as we have known them since Bologna or since the University of Paris in the 12th century, which I can call, without fear of much disagreement, humanist scientist university, and a new kind of university is now emerging already, which I have gathered from literature as managerial marketizing university. The market is already here. And predicting is difficult, particularly about the future, but there are many kinds of futures. One future is what we call the near future, which is already here. And there is a long future which never ends. The future lives forever, as Louis Althusser once named his autobiography. And so I will now come to the present, why this marketing managerial university is emerging, and what is the imperative of accumulation under late capitalism, this what is usually known as globalization now. But the last point I would like to emphasize is that the divide between the colonizer and the colonized in the university system is not over yet. And I borrowed the title from dare to worse. It's a bad pun in English, but I translated this from French, who say du père au pire, from father to the worse. So it puns with English bad to worse. This is what, in my opinion, happening to the university. So let's proceed. How did it begin? I refer to a Canadian-American professor, Bill Readings, who died in 1994. His book, The University in Ruins, was published by Harvard University Press in 1996, posthumous. He uses the word about university, a paraphrasing on Jean-François Lyotard, who said postmodern university. He uses the word post-historical university. History is over. I prefer the term, which I have not written here. I call it posthumous university. The university already is dead. Just remember, whatever has happened to Plato's Academy, it could not be revived by the French Academy or English Royal Academy or the Swedish Academy, despite their monopoly over Nobel Prize. So Academy is dead. The Baghdad Nizamiya Madrasa is dead. And I argue that the University of Paris or Bologna process is already dead. We are guarding a corpse, which is called the Western University. What is now being born on its corpse is called Americanization. So Americanization is actually a dead body of the old university. So let me read from his works. He says, on a certain notion of the university, Bill Readings focused his gaze, which has been widely exported throughout the world and whose current mutation seems likely to continue to frame the terms of transnational discussion, as has been referred to by Professor Habiba Jaman's paper. And Readings names the process Americanization not simply as a case of US cultural hegemony, but more emphatically as a synonym for globalization, quote unquote, in order to recognize that, quote, globalization is not a neutral process in which Washington and Dakar participate equally. You can put Dhaka also here without much loss of energy. What is the reason behind this? I'm going quickly over. One argument of Bill Readings is that the nation state is already in decline. So the autonomy of the university, which was associated with the autonomy, self-determination of the nation state, is already dead. For its part, Reading argues, the university is becoming a transnational bureaucratic corporation, either tied to the transnational instances of government, such as the European Union, or functioning independently by analogy with a transnational corporation. By analogy, it is by chaos. And because economic globalization brings with it the relative decline of the nation state as the prime instance of reproduction of capital around the world. The current crisis of the university in the West, according to Bill Readings, proceeds from a shift in its social role and internal systems, one which means that the centrality of the traditional humanistic disciplines to the life of the university is no longer assured. So what is the bureaucratic corporation about? This is also corroborated by a UNESCO study published in 1993 by a man by name, Latin American it sounds, or Spanish, Alfonso Borrero Cabal. He says, the move of the university towards the status of a bureaucratic corporation is also attested by Alfonso Borrero Cabal, whose focal point of analysis is administration, an euphemism for bureaucracy, rather than teaching or research as the central function of the university. He figures the university's tasks in terms of a generalized logic of accountability, quote unquote, in which the university must pursue excellence in all aspects of its functioning. When Dhaka University was founded, it was not founded for kindness' sake, let me remind you, not as a university in excellence. It was founded with three words: teaching university, a residential university, as a unitary university. All these are lost, and we are revising history. Now I begin the next section. Where does all this originate in? They began in the crisis of profitability. If you permit me to use Karl Marx, I would say it is in the rate, a fall in the rate of profit that became manifest by the middle of the 1960s after the post-war expansion of the so-called golden era. Since 1945, I quote from another man called Philip Coombs, who published a book called The World Crisis in Education from Oxford University Press in 1985. All countries have undergone fantastically swift environmental changes brought about by a number of concurrent worldwide revolutions in science and technology, in economic and political affairs, as well as in demographic and social structures. So what happened? Educational systems have also grown and changed more rapidly than ever before, but they have adapted all too slowly in relation to the faster pace of events on the move all around them. So Coombs continues, the consequent disparity taking many forms between educational systems and their environments is the essence of the worldwide crisis in education. This is euphemism, simply supply and demand were not matching. Aspirations rose to a high level, but the economy were not able to create enough jobs in the great long downturn that began around 1965. Ever since the late 1960s, the situation has had and will continue to have, as far ahead as the mind's eye can see, all the attributes of a continuing crisis. Mind you, my audience, that this is not a Marxist man speaking. This is a quite liberal man, a consultant for the World Bank, who is saying this. So what they are now prescribing for the colonized people's university, that you do not need genius, mediocrity will be enough for you. This is the divide that we are denying when we talk of the global university. We are talking of the university, and you know this. Even educational system clings to conventional practices. This is Coombs is still continuing to speak, merely because they are traditional. If it lashes itself to inherited dogmas to stay afloat in a sea of uncertainty, if it invests folklore with the dignity of science, he says, and exalts inertia to the plane of first principles, that system is a satire on education itself. So what is their critique of the third world countries who are trying to develop from 1950 to 1970? They were saying that we also want to experience what Marshall Plan did in Western Europe, but they were denied that. Despite all the models from Rostow, Lewis, and others, all development theories then were revised at the end of the 1960s. So they were started to criticize the system of education in the third world, saying that from the standpoint of society, resources invested in perpetuating such a system are misused resources. Misused because a high proportion of its students will emerge ill-fitted to serve, well, either themselves or their society. This is euphemism for the fact that they will not get a job. So they could be exported to the Western world, but they will not accept them. They started to constrict their license on free immigration. They had all, this is the main critique, they had helped create elite cadres to run new governmental ministries and to work in the small urban modern sector of the economy, but they were ill-suited to develop the vast human and other resources of the traditional rural sector, where most of the people still lived. In fact, they deprived rural areas of their best potential developmental leaders by draining bright and ambitious young people away from the countryside to the cities. This is the critique, neoliberal critics is originating here. You will see. It is called blaming the victim. So what is the new situation? It's called educated unemployment. So they want unemployment, but not educated unemployment. So their argument, interestingly, they co-opted the theory of deschooling society. It is co-opted, I would say, because this was not even LHS original proposition, but it has been co-opted by World Bank and others. We will see this. The rapidly increasing output of educational systems everywhere, particularly at the secondary and post-secondary levels, finally caught up with backlog of post-war and post-independence manpower demands and began to outstrip the creation of new jobs by the economy. European and North American nations, which earlier welcomed educated talents from the colonial world, began stiffening immigration restrictions and in some instances expelled guest workers, even imposed measures to stem the rapidly increasing flow of foreign students. So the experience of stagflation affected education in the following ways: by contracting employment openings for new graduates, both at home and abroad, and by raising mischief with educational costs and budgets. We know it is unprecedented in world history that the students will be paying for their own education, and they are now doing it. This was not the system in any country, but now under late capitalism, this is the reality. And it resulted in a labor market segmentation. In capitalist countries, you know, manufacturing stagnated in the 1970s and the service sector experienced unprecedented growth. Okay, the net effect was to increase the segmentation of the job market between a limited number of high-paying, high-tech jobs in industry requiring advanced specialized training, for example, computer programmers, and the increasing availability of low-paying, low-skilled jobs in such expanding service areas as fast food counters, supermarkets, and discount department stores. These are all taken from UNESCO publication, by the way. None of them are my inventions. So what is happening to the colonized countries, of the former third world countries, share of the modern GDP sector in GDP with capital intensive technologies, higher productivity and higher wages grew substantially, but share of the modern sector in national labor force did not experience a corresponding growth rate. So it is a problem of unemployment. As a result, young people with a modern education found it increasingly difficult to secure a good paying, stable and secure job in the modern sector. Added to this was the spread of new communication media. Now we all know this, whose messages whetted the aspirations of people for a better life, including greater access to education. And this deschooling has been accepted by the UNESCO report. They started to talk about in the late 60s. Now you see, in 1972, a UNESCO report was published called the 4 Committee report. The importance of schools, they say, in relation to other means of education is not increasing but diminishing. Its basic point was that in a fast changing world, characterized by rapidly growing and changing learning needs, and also by unacceptable growth inequalities, this is populism number 1. It was essential to give attention also to strengthening other modes of education. These other modes of learning, blah, 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 soon came to be called non-formal as well as informal education. Disavowals notwithstanding, they deny, no, we use it in the developed countries as well. Non-formal education remained, in fact, glued to the poor and only limited to the developing countries. I know there are lots of people to disagree with me. Non-formal education for the colonized is the prescription the World Bank and all other international organizations came forward with. The delusion could not be exposed better. Look at their own language. They said we do this in the advanced countries as well. This is called convoluted thinking. Non-formal education, though rarely called by that name, is widely used, for example, to familiarize progressive farmers, factory workers, bank clerks, and many others, including consumers, with new technologies and new products such as computers. It is a major means by which many well-educated people continue their education in all sorts of directions. The same report continues. Not least important, non-formal education in the advanced countries enables highly trained specialists such as physicians, engineers, and scientists and top government and business managers to keep abreast of the rapidly advancing frontiers of knowledge in their respective fields. So far, so good. And they are using it for 4-year education for the children of the poor. The World Bank, UNICEF, and USAID, among others, endorse non-formal education. These scholars, inspired by Ivan Illich, also welcome this non-education. It's formally speaking non-education. You simply do an algebraic transformation, you will see what comes out. As a recipe for breaking the monopoly of the formal education system. They say, revised policies placed a heavy new emphasis on basic education, which is defined not in the way Mahatma Gandhi defined, including primary schooling for children and appropriate non-formal education for out-of-school youth and adults, and a reduced priority for secondary and higher education. And now you're expecting excellent universities from here. Whatever happened to the university? The university is dead, as I said. We are already in the post-death university, posthumous university. But let me see what is happening inside the corpse. Drive towards a specialization stands in contrast to simultaneous technological integration of knowledge. This is a tendency that goes against what Professor Habiba Zaman just described. This integration effected by ICTs, communication technologies and information, does not lead to a unity of the universally oriented professor, but to the expert. The late capitalist world that we are experiencing is a world of experts, not ruled by an understanding that mirrors the world. This is borrowed from Leibniz, the great philosopher, but by a specialist who reflects nothing or a divided world at best. The specialist who knows more and more about less and less has landed on the other side of a universality he seeks it in details, which to him mean totality. I borrow this from the German professor Jürgen Mittelstrass. So paradox of information society is that it is masquerading information as knowledge, which it is not. It is a negation of knowledge. The distinction between universal and particular begins to fade. Not only that, and many professors you ask, 90 out of 100 would not be able to say the difference between between universal, particular, and individual. When society begins to see itself as information society, the distinction fades. Knowledge as information is disorienting. How oriented knowledge, not to be confused with the mere expert knowledge, how oriented knowledge can be achieved is not a question that can be answered by an appeal to yet more information. It is actually a paradox. The richer our stores of information and knowledge, the poorer our ability to orient ourselves. But this ability is precisely what education once stood for. So now ignorance is given the new name of information.
Sir, I'm really sorry, but you have 3 minutes left.
Okay, I'll try to finish. Education realizes the subject or reason in a symbolic order of culture and represses the ego as eruption of the imaginary. That is what usually is called natural. For Wilhelm von Humboldt, the subject tries to grasp as much of the world as is possible and tries to bind it to him as tightly as possible. The locus of orientation being lived experience, a rarefied world. So here is Humboldt following Hegel, who says, founder of the Berlin University, knowledge is the universal expressed as a particular, at least if one considers both knowledge and experience together. Knowledge is the ability to impress experience for itself and to express its experience in itself. So whatever has happened to the claim of universality, I skip this. And let's say autonomy is already subverted in the managerial university. So now future of another illusion. The illusion is that this new university will take us to heaven. To believe that any university system may continue to be run as an essentially homogeneous system is an illusion now being installed more vigorously. Homogeneity as measure of all university affairs inevitably leads to a rampant mediocrity in the long run. University mission statements for their publicity brochures, this is from Bill Readings, share two distinctive features nowadays. On the one hand, they all claim that theirs is a unique educational institution. On the other hand, they all go to describe this uniqueness in exactly the same way. As so-called PRSP documents once showed, 120 countries have the same thing. Now, what is abjection in knowledge is called excellence. So this is a movement from the old liberal view to the new view. I'm skipping this because I have to finish. And then I will say, the university now that we are having is of the mediocre, by the mediocre. I don't know what is for the mediocre. Mediocre conditions do not necessarily exclude a high level of achievement or occasional feats of excellence. But this remains an exception. In general, mediocre conditions are a program for academic mediocrity. True to Andre Weil's law, which is called first-rate people hire first-rate people, but second-rate people hire third-rate ones. So I will not read too much of it. And with routine now, the last thing I would like to present is that this in quality assurance, evaluation, internal quality assessment, what they are going, this is an absolute reification. Who is doing this? Subjecting academic practice to standardized criteria betrays a managerial innocence of the essence of science, which lies in the discovery of the new and may come in unpredictable ways. Optimal methods cannot be laid down before the fact and cannot be limited by set rules and quality control by managers. What they are doing, they are constantly introducing new assessment tools to make teachers of that. What is happening is called degradation of teaching as a result. I'll finish in 2 slides. The scientist engaged in research becomes researcher now, becomes reified and de-individualized in specialist institutions. Research is a business specifically founded for that purpose, especially in science and technology. Research as form of life now turns into research as business, ordered in teams, projects, and alliances with the individual, taken out of research and out of teaching for that matter. With Americanization, standardized teaching becomes the norm, turns the university more and more into a high school. The teacher disappears behind the instructor in an organized bureaucracy owing to teaching requirements. However, universities are ever more in discomfort to present themselves as such. So I am finished in my concluding part. Where is the conscience of the university? Is there anything to hope in the future? I finish with this in the next one. The common endeavors of research workers and teachers require real community. The university, which was called the Universitas Literatum, the institutional totality of the various sciences, is no more than a proficient, particularly resplendent expression of community. Hence the origin of the original guild designation Universitas. In the process, a not insignificant role fell to philosophy once upon a time, or ethics, or theology, whatever you call it, which has long felt itself to be the conscience of the university. It is the science in which the consciousness of the totality lives and has to live. Now, finally, I would say, is there a hope for us? I cannot give you any hope. I'm only raising a question. Can the whole light up again? It comes from this Latin quotation of Nicholas of Cusa, totum relucet in omnibus omnia oblique. That means everything is lighting up again and everything is everywhere. Whereas I surprisingly found that Professor Jamil Ahmed also quoted this. I will say this: from the times of early capitalism till the onset of high capitalism in the 19th century, rational discourse, if you like, you call it philosophy or ethics, concern itself above all with the unity of knowledge. A common melody is the substantive coloration of all learning was its particular concern and the essential aspect of its method and subject. Rational discourse, therefore, when doing its job, offers a moving cantus firmus. Cantus firmus is your strong, your firm foundation that provides stability and direction in which and about which the polyphony of knowledge moves. Totum relucet in omnibus omnia ubique, as said Nicholas of Cusa, who died in the early 15th century, in relation to Arabic philosophy, which both Leibniz and Hegel made unforgettable. I would probably finish with this. It is a good idea to finish at this moment. Thank you.
Sir,
Okay.
you have perfectly finished in time. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay, thank
It
you
would have
very
been
much.
great. Sorry, ma'am. It would have been great if there was no time constraint. But what can we do?
I
Ma'am,
skipped a
please
few
continue.
slides,
Sorry.
probably in the question answer session. I can take resort to that. I forgot only one thing: the original sin of Western University. They are ungrateful. They borrowed their university models all from Arabic colleges, but up to Nicholas of Cusa in the 15th century, they recognized it. Now they don't. But the Western university that has become global and we are borrowing is already dead. We have to look for, I don't know what will happen in the next. Their time has crossed 1,000 to 800 years. Only a God can tell. Not.
Okay, thank you very much, Salimullah. I have only one question, again, a very broad question for you, and that is, the only place, what about any other place in that you are looking for, or one has to start from that is.
Yes, ma'am. I can already see some questions in the is granted by our will give you the than most of what Professor Jamil Ahmed would hold. But how would this view apply to higher education in science, especially cutting-edge areas of science today? And there is another question from Mohammad Didarul. Who will ensure academic freedom, state or institution? Then there is one question to Habiba Zaman ma'am from Professor Mahbuba Nasreen. Good to know about your academic journey. How would you connect interdisciplinary academic career with gender and intersectionality from global academic perspective? Then there is a question from Muhammad Abdul Rakib to Professor Salimullah Khan sir. What would the speaker or author Salimullah Khan would advise Dhaka University specifically to do to deal with the crisis he refers to, including the mediocrity of the faculty, teachers, researchers, as well as students, lack of research, as well as resources? I will give Afzalur Rahman the floor now to ask his questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a very, I say, one of the great discussions with what I say that one of the legendary figures of our country. I have several questions to the Salimullah sir, few questions specific. So I went to your abstract. So most of them are related to your abstract. How do you see the relevance of Newman's idea of university in the global South? And second one is, do you think the universal knowledge term used by the Newmans is followed in our, particularly in our Bangladesh university, as we are attracting less foreign students in our university? So third question is, what is the future of university in post-COVID-19 world, which will be highly dominated by repeatedly using the term, the fourth industrial revolutions? So that is my third questions. I have had last question, please, the last questions. So what is the role of non-Western countries, as your discussion center on the, France, USA, and England? So what is the role of non-Western countries like Soviet Union? They dominated the world for 4 and 5 decades, and China also emerging economics. So what is their roles in promoting the idea of university? Thank you so much for giving me the floor again.
Thank you. I can see Habib Khondokar sir has also raised his hand. Sir, please elaborate your question towards Professor Jamil Ahmed sir. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the chance, because I've already written down my question. The elaboration is that what Mr. Ahmed, Professor Ahmed said is very valid. But if we deal with high sciences, and the sciences today, the most important and relevant sciences, epidemiology, biological sciences, microbiology, so on, then just take the example. I just wanted to elaborate with one example. One of the most popular philosophers today, Zizek, wrote a book on pandemic. And that book has actually been a source of ridicule, because he's a philosopher. He said, well, this is an ideology, and all the whole discussion about pandemic was reduced to some kind of philosophical reflections that have absolutely no bearing on what actually happened, especially in Europe and Spain and Italy around the time he was writing the book. And therefore, we really need to make that distinction. We talk about holistic education, Gulbenkian Commission and everything. But when it comes to science, very hard sciences that we're talking about, sciences that we need for survival, basically, we really need to look at this discussion in a different way. But at the same time, the role of the university is to critique. And that has come out absolutely brilliantly in the presentation by Professor Salimullah Khan. Absolutely brilliant paper. That's the spot on idea, that the whole idea of quantification and standardization is a managerial approach to university. So while we critique that at one hand, on the other hand, we also have to have some place for specialization, that I cannot do research on epidemiology or high sciences that can lead to invention of new vaccines. I can't do that. So I really need to depend, and we really need to talk about the relationship between science and society under the framework of STS and so on. So that's another area that we need to focus on, in addition to the critiques that have been leveled brilliantly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have a small question to Jamil Ahmed sir as well. Should I go on? our education system is hugely propagated by producing better and skilled labor force who will be better acquainted to the mainstream job market now. And as Rounaq Jahan madam said, we are now asking questions, is there a market for it? And job creation has always been one of the main objectives. But you talked about deschooling and other ideas. But do you think there is a conflict between how the world is operating right now, the capitalism and deschooling? If you could just elaborate on that. Thank you, sir. Sir, you are not audible. Please unmute yourself and.
Is this now, all the questions are over now, and
yes,
so speakers can go on, and we can go on till what time? It is 7.
Ma'am, it's 7:15. We can go till 7:40, 7:45.
Oh, okay. So each speaker can take at least 10 minutes or so. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So first, Professor Jamil Ahmed. We'll go in the order people spoke.
According to the order.
Okay. I'll begin with your questions, Professor Jahan. You asked, how do I get a good audience among my colleagues in the University of Dhaka? I don't. This is a plain and simple answer. I don't, and there's hardly any academic discussion in the university now. One really, if you go to the club or other places, the discussion centers around how to become a vice chancellor. And this vice circle, as it was reported in one of the newspapers, that has gripped our university. You don't get, but I direct plays, I produce plays. So I think what I really enjoy more is producing plays, and it is there that I get a great audience to speak about the things that I'm speaking about, and also in the workshops that I conduct. So unfortunately, the university, at least to my experience, has not provided me this, but there are other places, and I think it is planting dream seeds. So you can plant dream seeds, and one never knows which seed will plant where. I mean, certain things that my teachers taught me at my National School of Drama in New Delhi, or Clive Barker taught me in the University of Warwick, I found very, very, very oppressive, or I resisted. But then those seeds generated some other thoughts much later. So one really, I think one plants dream seeds, and one hopes that these seeds will mature sometime, somewhere. Whose responsibility in protecting the academic?
Can I just, Doctor, my question was, I could see probably not so much resonance from your colleagues, but because you are in creative arts and all of that. So with the younger generation, because I'm only thinking of, the young people and their energy, because if we want to change anything, so do you see some sort of really lot of interest? I'm sure when you presenting, you do it in a very different way than the way you presented your paper, where people could relate to much more quickly, younger people.
My discipline is performance art, performance studies. So yes, performance studies in the wider scale, and also producing plays. So there was a time at my department when there was a lot of interest generated, but there are a lot of other things happening also. So I think right now, younger generation, I find very keen and interested when I'm directing plays and producing plays or conducting workshops, and also in the universities with the younger generation. Yes, before the COVID came, there was a time when things do relate, things do click, and things do happen. And hopefully those things are there. Now, whose responsibility is it in protecting academic freedom? I think the University of Dhaka University's Blue Book gives it enough freedom within itself. I think it is primarily the faculties themselves. And I think we wasted in the Dhaka University, the way it is operating now is totally, it is absolutely not, if 90% of its energy is diverted to personal gains and benefits of the faculties, unfortunately. And so there is hardly any discussion right now, at least in the 21st century. So there's hardly any discussion in terms of what the society should be, how we should move, and and everything else beyond that. In the 70s, the cops would hardly enter the campus without permission, but now the police sit there, and they can come in and go out anytime and anywhere. So I think it's firstly our responsibility. If we have enough in our constitution, in our global, to move and operate, and it depends on the faculties themselves to see that whatever freedom that we have is protected or taken care of. I'm not quite sure about your web-based references and how you contribute to it. You said maybe you could explain, but before we do, I would really like to take up Professor Khandokar's observation about higher education and science is cutting edge. I really think that your notion of science as cutting edge and art as not cutting edge, or philosophy as not cutting edge, is a little disappointing. Anything can be cutting edge. Anything that makes sense is cutting edge. And anything that is worthwhile is cutting edge. Now, what I was proposing, if you listen carefully, was a ground that really speaks of education for all. On that ground, and this is the bricolage. So on that ground, what I'm speaking of, I'm not talking of the courses that you pursue, but I'm talking of that teaching cannot be, and whatever I'm talking from, borrowing from Rancière, that education has to be made available for all rather than serving the interests of particular social groups. So that and other things. So that forms the ground on which I argue that these disparate micro discourses or Dewey's notion of education, they're all notions of education. How do you teach, and what education means is what the five micro discourses jostle against each other to produce a paralogy. And from there, the frame that you have on this is, of course, Foucauldian notion of power, and then you have the triangulation power knowledge flow, and you have the notion of a healthy free university and generation of paralogy by inventing counterexamples. So all that I'm arguing about is really is this whole conceptual framework. Inside, you can teach anything by means of this. You can teach physics. I think you can teach. I have been a student of physics, mathematics, and chemistry till my intermediate days. So I know how interesting and wonderful maths is. I still take a great interest in maths and physics. So it is not that you cannot, this bricolage can, the faculties can operate in terms of whatever they want to teach in whichever way. There's another question about state of education, and then you're asking about this market and job circulation, etc. The notion that I take up, then again, you see, it's a very neoliberal approach to life and order and everything that you're posing now by asking the question that you do, the job creation and the skill market, how much I'm creating that. I don't think education needs to do that. And when I studied, it was not this with this aim. I did not, I studied in sciences, and then I moved into literature in Dhaka University. I skipped after 1 year Dhaka University, went and studied theater, and then from there I practiced theater all my life. So even in the 70s to 80s to 90s, before I took up this job, it was very difficult to make a living. But then you see, what is important, and that is how I think Friday becomes very important. What makes sense to you? How a dialogic relationship unpeels the world around you, and how you make sense of meaning of what is happening around you. And that is what I bring into my theater work, and that is what I think education is there, and that is what is there all over. So this question that Peter raises is also very valid. When you're educated, you're not educated in algebra, you're not educated in physics. Education is something else. By means of physics, you attain some kind of education, and you learn to perceive. So, and I think what Rancière is also bringing up, and Jacotot is bringing up, is very important. That when you learn something, if you learn something intensively enough, you can relate to anything else. And so I think it is at that level that education should work. And university, or whatever you call it, university may be dead, or university, there are other notions of universities now cropping up. There are corporate notions of corporate universities cropping up, and then web-based universities, whatever you call it. Wherever there is this institution of higher education, whatever form, What needs to be done is unpeel the notion of what we really mean by education. And there, through that is your goal. That is where you want to reach. And it can be algebra, it can be physics, it can be theater, it can be literature. Anything any of the disciplines can be brought in. That discipline is a way to the goal that you're trying to reach. That's what I was trying to aim at, really. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Habiba.
Yes, I understand. Thank you, Professor Rounaq. You also raised a number of questions. I have tried to write it down. That your question is that for a young person that you need jobs, and what are the prospects for getting a job? And also, is there a market for the young people? Yes, there is a market for the young people. And I also mentioned in my lecture that actually that it is directed and oriented to undergrad and MA students. I am not talking about those who have done PhD, because those are very much specialized knowledge, skill knowledges, and they have that kind of prospects and potentials to navigate the job market. But my talk was actually originally that oriented for undergraduate and MA students. I think one of the goals is that for education, and especially I also that endorse Jamil Ahmed's, Professor Jamil Ahmed's that philosophy that education is available to everyone. Of course, that I want that. But I think that one of the goals for undergrad and MA students should be that good writing and communication skills, that's most important. And I know that as a student, I was very quiet, so I was never visible in classroom, especially in Dhaka. It took me years, to unlearn that kind of quietness, that kind of docile woman, and actually that helped, especially in Canada. This helped me to be, I think, now I talk a lot, I participate, I see everything critical. And education means to see everything critical, through critical lens. And also there must be breadth of knowledge. And especially I like to say that the interdisciplinary, that all kinds of departments like that gender studies, that women's studies, labor studies, jobs are available everywhere. And it is also that evident that students who do undergrad, actually that degrees in social sciences, that their prospects are much higher and they get jobs in governments, non-governmental organizations, grassroots organizations, community organizations, that's all. And what I tried to mean not only the steady jobs, but there must be jobs available with benefits and entitlements. And to have a decent job, one does not need huge amount of money. After living here in 40 years, I say to have a good life, to have a decent life, I don't need a huge amount of wealth, And even in terms of that university jobs, here it is said that in Canada, university jobs are one of the top 10% jobs. It's steady income, that everything, it's a very high paid jobs and everything. And you can have almost, that your decency if you have a university job. So I am talking about that. I am talking about a decent life. And also that what a student or an individual needs is to live in a society. That society is a welfare society or welfare state. I am not talking about that Bangladesh in that sense, but it's still possible for Bangladesh if the government actually that provides that kind of that benefits and entitlements. I think that the welfare state also supports the basic needs. That is the expectation, that which is called health, housing, education, decent jobs. And even if you consider that US and Canada, you know that Canada is managing its health, especially under COVID, much better than United States. And people in Canada, they are more eager to also that to take that vaccination. There is a huge lineup, but it's very, I think that judiciously managed, especially in the province where I am living, that British Columbia, where NDP, that government is also in power, which is, but that education must be available to everyone. And we also know that if you are a woman or if you are a girl, in a society that when I was born, that you are deterred from going to school. I was able to go to school just because of my mother, because of my teachers, that they always encouraged me to do that. So education is not available to everyone. And having said so, that I just would like to respond to Mahbub and Afreen's that question, that how do you connect interdisciplinary to global connections? How do you do that? I said that if you have interdisciplinary background, then you will automatically be also an empathetic citizen, and also that who will work for sort of social justice. And I am not talking about you just go and participate in protest demonstrations all the time, but at the individual level, at the personal level, at the family level, at the local level, at the community level, you can actually exert that kind of social justice. And to global issues, like I have many issues in mind. One is labor issues, refugee crisis, refugee issues, gender, transgender issues, workplace rights, women's rights, sexual assault, violence against women and children, violence against disadvantaged groups, including men, women, children, you just name it. And these are all global issues. And interdisciplinary background assists you to use critical lens. Further, you are required to play an active role. I am not a person who participates in demonstrations and protests, but I always like to endorse that kind of critical voices that actually criticize the government's policies or that actually endorse some kind of progressive policies. I don't mind to sign it. I don't mind to support it. So there are different ways. So interdisciplinary background has actually wide range of possibilities in the labor market. And I have seen there are a lot of students, even those who are coming from Bangladesh. And I must say that students from Bangladesh, they are very smart, current students. I wish I would be that expert and that kind of, that expertise when I was young. They are smart, they are eloquent, their communication skills are also very excellent. And even I have seen that being an engineer, that a lot of engineers, sometimes they are also empathetic to social justice and social cause issues, and they work for the community. So I personally consider that I am not talking about that everyone, but there are some kind of specialized fields. But interdisciplinary backgrounds are absolutely essential. I like to cite just one example. I think what Professor Rounaq Jahan also mentioned, because now in this global market, that if you know how to deal with data, then the jobs are there. Yes, it's true to some extent, but at the same time, I don't know how to deal with huge survey data and everything. But I have that kind of expertise to actually get grants, and I always hire people, to deal with that data. But data is not only one thing. I appreciate that. I agree that it is very much essential for policy-oriented work. But at the same time, you need some advocacy work. You need also to motivate people. For example, in the case of the United States, their data, their science, their huge amount of actually COVID vaccination is not helping the unvaccinated people. Those who are the right wing, they are not willing to take vaccination. So what the government is doing, they're sending people to different places to motivate those people, so that those people are the advocates, or they play advocacy roles. They motivate the unvaccinated people to be vaccinated. So here lies actually the usefulness of the interdisciplinary background, that you know how to work with community people, even where science also is there, but science fails to reach those unvaccinated people, especially in the United States, those who are not motivated. So I say that here lies the strength of interdisciplinary background. And I, like you, I am not also that familiar with the current Dhaka University's program, but I say that there should have some kind of that breadth of knowledge at the undergraduate level in the Dhaka University's programs, especially in social science. That will actually help students to work in different sectors. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Habiba. Again, I'm not so familiar with Dhaka University, but I hear the students' overwhelming concern is to appear at the BCS exam and get a job. I mean, that's the signal, and that's how the market is playing here in Bangladesh. So that is what many of the students in Dhaka University, I hear, that is their goal in life. Now, Salimullah, over to you.
Yeah, there are lots of questions. First, let me begin with your own question, Professor Jahan. That means I'm thinking about a transitional model in the sense that whatever is happening now, I'm looking at a kind of millennial scale. Whatever happened to Plato's academy, it lasted 800 or 1,000 years. So it happened to Aristotle's one. One can contrast Aristotle and Plato to see what is the difference between a philosopher and a philosopher scientist. I will not elaborate on that. What is happening now in the last 1,000 or 800 years of Western university, it is my guess that its lifetime is over. So what we have a saying in Bengali, Mara hatir damo lakh taka, a dead elephant worth $1 million. So these dead universities will take some time to completely get wiped out like dinosaurs. But these dinosaurs where we are living, these are now being re-advertised, repackaged like multinational corporations. They are called global universities, and they are doing rankings, which is preposterous. For example, this QS ranking system, which says that the ratio of foreign and national faculty, ratio of foreign students and national students, and these are the criteria which are completely mindless and senseless in the distance between advanced and non-advanced countries. Very clear, though the world is growing faster in the fourth industrial revolution, but the global divide, if not exactly along the old lines, but again more or less along the lines of Asia, Africa, or some countries of Caribbean, Latin America, is continuing. So by ignoring these facts cavalierly, as some of us have done also in this seminar, that you have a job everywhere, I think this is very unfortunate. The very origin of the problem is in the contraction of employment and segmentation of the labor market. If we want to blatantly ignore the reality, of course, we can talk anything about it. Now, I was asked a very interesting question by Mr. Afzal Rahman, I thank him for, about Newman's ideas. In the 1850s, when Newman, who converted from Protestantism to Catholicism, he was taken to University College in Dublin, then at that time he gave his famous lecture from which I borrowed my title, The Idea of University. I contracted it, the university as such. He says that the centerpiece of university is undergraduate education. What makes you a university, that it is a multi-faculty. You will remember when Dhaka University was founded in 1920s, it was a 3-faculty university, right? Sciences, arts, and what's called law faculty. Now we have 12 faculties or more departments. That is the first idea of university. All kinds of knowledge would be united. But what is the centerpiece? Here comes Newman's ideas. He said that centerpiece is what he called theology, but we do not have to buy his ideas. Nowadays, in a secular world, you will say it is something called ethics or something called philosophy. You use the term. I am not a particular fan of philosophy as a department. But Dhaka University, you can see, has changed over 100 years. It was supposed to be a unitary university. Now it is a supervising university, affiliating university, which it was denied in the beginning. After Pakistan, it was given 55 colleges. Now we create so-called national college, university. You know this empirical history. I'm not going to elaborate on that. Dhaka University has moved away from its mission of teaching, and it is now trying to compete with the specialized research institutes. For example, why do we have in Pakistan Institute of Development Economics? In Bangladesh, we renamed it BIDS. What is its job and what is the job of Dhaka University? University is primarily teaching and then research. But there are specialized research institutes all over the world. University is not good competitor with them. So the question is, if we lose our mission of teaching, and then the question of what we are teaching, this is the Newman's question. And there is nothing better than Newman in the last 150 years, or I would say. Then the question is, what is universal knowledge? The fact that every human being speaks. I corroborate Professor Jamil Ahmed's idea that anyone who can speak can learn. What unites all kind of human races across gender, across races, and across religions is that they speak one language or other. Now, even mathematics, which is called the language of science, is also a language. It is a developed language, symbolic language, but Bengali, English, all natural languages. University's first task, according to Bertrand Russell, is to teach students language. Nothing but. Now, in autobiographical mode, I'm not going to talk much about Dhaka University. In the University of Dhaka, I learned next to nothing except language. Though I was a student in the law department, later on I learned economics and many other things. I see this in my 38 years of teaching, and if I add my student experience, 45 years of Dhaka University life around Dhaka University, this university has gone down the drains. It is no more a university, but what it is, it did its historical function. It helped a bourgeoisie, a middle class, to develop in East Bengal, which was a demand of the time. And during the Pakistan period also, we helped it. But right after Bangladesh came into being, in the name of democracy, we have totally destroyed Dhaka University as a university. So, and now we are calling fashion technology as a university. Now, if you say, BUET, what is university? How can BUET be university? It is far cry from Newton's idea of university. With one faculty, and if you call that architecture is a faculty, civil engineering is a faculty, that is not what faculty is. The whole of engineering is one faculty. And if you deprive them from learning social sciences or just introduce them as some kind of supplementary courses, that is a lip service. And this hypocrisy is at the root of our educational decline. I have seen many other comments here also. One question was the future of post-COVID universities. I am not prone to predicting, I would say. What is called the fourth industrial revolution is nothing new. If you do not understand the first industrial revolution, you would not understand the fourth one. I'm not saying that it is necessary. It is not sufficient, but it is a necessary question. I will skip to the non-Western university. What is non-Western? All universities in the world today are non-Western in one sense, because they are located outside the West. But in ideas, they are all Western. All the Russian universities are no exception. So the scale at which I'm talking, I think I would be misunderstood invariably when I say I did not talk about Arabic universities. I talked about colleges. These Nizamiyas were colleges. They were colleges of theology, and there were colleges of medicine. There were colleges of other kinds of skills. So if we think that skill building is the university job, then we are dead wrong. University job is thinking. As Socrates used to say, mythologically, I don't teach you. I don't think for you. You think for yourself. I help you only to think. This is the teacher's mission throughout the world. What is now happening? I worked in American universities for 12 years. I am working in so-called private universities in Bangladesh and also in Dhaka University. I find teaching has degraded. They are giving you internal quality assessment cells. They are making you doing all kinds of labor works. There is nothing of teaching. There is only mechanical work. This in recruitment, what has happened? Why Dhaka University has gone down the drains? I say third-rate people are recruited by second-rate people. There may be exceptions. I do not want to insult everybody, but I feel that it is an insult to be a University of Dhaka, teacher of Dhaka University now. Honestly speaking, sometimes they say that why are you so smart? Why you are not in the Dhaka University? I said I'm really smart. That's why I'm not a teacher of the Dhaka University. Because it is not work. Professor Jamil Ahmed is 100% correct. There is no academic discourse in Dhaka University anymore. Whatever has happened, Pakistan has broken. Professor Jahan, you wrote the book, Failure of National Integration. But what is the success of national integration in Bangladesh? The class divide in Bangladesh today is wider than it used to be in Pakistan period. Or it used to be, I would even say, in the British period. Anyway, so this takes me beyond my reference. So finally, the question of a specialization and the relation of universal knowledge with the specialization. I am not against a specialization. I am talking about the proper forum of. We have not even reached the liberal stage before, let alone neoliberal. What is liberal stage? In 1948, when the Universal Declaration of the United Nations was accepted, Human Rights Declaration. What did it say? Education, they divided into three kinds of types: fundamental and elementary education, technical and professional education, then higher education. all our universities are now supposed to deliver their college educations. Dhaka University has a subterfuge. They call, we divide the university into departments and faculties. Then again, we divide them into halls. Dhaka Hall, Jagannath Hall, and Mohammedan Hall. They were supposed to be substitutes for colleges. Now, whatever has happened to those ideas? This is an anomaly, and they are neither colleges nor halls. They are not teaching units at all. They were probably for the first decade. Then it has all collapsed. The reason for their collapse is that they were not on solid foundation, as Professor Jamil Ahmed has said. We have to talk about the foundation and grade. United Nations have accepted a declaration saying that fundamental education or elementary education should be free and compulsory, etc. But what is the length of that definition? We have always deceived our people by saying that 5 years education is enough for primary education. But you, middle-class gentlemen and ladies, you would not agree to leave your child alone until they finish 12 years of schooling. And that is the universal standard of fundamental education. We have betrayed our people. Now we say that, oh, those formal modes of teaching are not enough. We need other modes. What do we mean by other modes? This is what BRAC is doing. This is preposterous and a crime against the nation. I mean, the idea of the nation as a nation of equitable citizens. It is officially introducing the Pakistani theory of what we call functional inequality for development. Economic growth must create non-equality. That was Pakistani ideology. But is it worse than the Indian ones who gave the socialist pattern slogan, which Bangladesh imitated for a few years? This is all nonsense. We are living with nonsense. Man, we are calling them development ideology. Development is, I would say, what I should say, it's a scandal. It is creating a wider debate. So how can you then say universal education? Whatever has happened to universal primary education, whatever has happened to universal literacy in Bangladesh, we say, oh, Pakistan has exploited us for 23 years. But whatever happened to India? It was not exploited by China in the last 73 years. Whatever has happened to Indian basic health, and we see. So that's why I say, before talking about this, we have to talk about professional and other education. Dhaka University has completely rid itself of higher education. It has become a professional college to produce BCS officers, and it is doing the job reasonably well. The secretaries and others, with a few exceptions, all of them, with a few exceptions, I say, most of them can be characterized to be associated with the present, I would say, below potential growth of the economy, let alone equity. So now everybody is saying in the corporations, we need to introduce a course in ethics. Even medical association sometimes invites me, say, give a lecture on ethics to doctors right before the outbreak of COVID. Now, COVID has taught you a lesson in what shambles the health system is. Is it not associated with us? The United Nations in 1968 said that you must devote 6% of the GDP to education. We are devoting for the last 50 years less than 3%. 2.5%, and then we are talking about university. University has become a privileged elite institution. It is for the elite, by the elite. The problem is that this elite is mediocre elite. It doesn't even compete with world scholars. So I think we are lost in both sense. How it can be done? I say yes. The whole may be lit up again, but you have to get it back to the ground. I'm not against the specialization, but the specialized people should be first educated, as Bertrand Russell said. You must learn language. Now you see, average graduate in Bangladesh cannot write one page of, including your vice chancellor of the university, cannot write one correct page of Bengali, forget about English. And we are masquerading with English medium instruction. What gives you that right? Is it not a violation of the War of Independence? As if Bengali cannot be the medium of instruction in Bangladesh universities, where it could be. Then you blabber about making it a UN official language. You see the level of idiocy involved there, let alone hypocrisy. I'm appalled. Thank you very much for the time.
Okay, I see a hand. Is Habib wants to say something, and I need to get some idea when I need to close this session.
Ma'am, within 5 minutes or so, because we have all the speakers and moderator for the next session almost on the platform.
Right. We'll stick to time. Okay, Habib, can you just speak for 2 minutes and then I will close the session.
Absolutely. 2 minutes is all I need. No, I just raised my hand because Professor Salimullah Khan was sort of deviating, but in a very profound way to larger issues and so on. But that's fine. My question, I mean, this is 101, education 101. There has to be a distinction between education as such, and I actually call it public reason. That's a different area. We have to go back to Hegel and to Habermas and so on. But what we are talking about is university. University has a mandate. No matter whether you refer to whatever favorite philosopher you have, and I'm sure you have followed recently the debate between Professor Rounaq Jahan's university at Columbia, the big debate between Saskia Sassen, who is a sociologist, and Spivak. Spivak is the guru of the postmodern, postcolonial wing of the modern education, which is fine. But you see that there are fundamental differences. We cannot resolve that. We can talk about it in meta-theoretical, meta-historical, meta-philosophical framework. We can talk about it. We can just jump onto philosophers of our choosing. We can bring those names. That's one strategy. The other strategy is to talk sense. And I'll just give you a very particular example. I'm not a physicist, but I know a physicist who I think is an absolutely, I use the word cutting edge physicist, Bilal Baki. He has done work in physics all his life, but his most important book is quantum finance. So he has used his quantum mechanical theory that he has learned, he has nurtured at Stanford, at Caltech, the biggest universities in the world. He has nurtured those ideas until his end and has applied it to finance, you see? So this is what I call cross-disciplinary knowledge. But you need to start somewhere. You say education for everyone, absolutely. But you can't teach quantum physics to everyone. You can't teach microbiology to everyone, I'm sorry. So that's why I think we really need to be practical. We need to come to down to earth and say, okay, these are the problems, rather than dropping names of obscure philosophers.
Okay.
Can I respond in 1 minute, Appa? Just 1 minute to Mr. Khandakar's remark. I am saying that primary education or fundamental education is for everyone, though they have not actually delimited it. It depends on country to country. But let's say it is available, it should be available to everybody, free and compulsory. I'm talking about 1948 position. But the next stage of education, professional and technical education, they said it should be available to everybody without any reference to merit. Very interesting. But higher education should be limited only on the basis of merit, without discrimination. So there are progressive relaxation of conditions. So nobody is saying that right of education, if we say we have a right to education, how much education is education? I'm saying that universal rule from historical experience is that Dadosh Borsho Guru Grihe Vidya Adhyayan. Even it is so, because human lifespan is no more than 100 years. So if we say that student life would be at least 12 years of schooling, or student should attain age of maturity at 18, that should be the compulsory final education. Then technical education should be available to anybody, whoever is willing. You cannot raise the question of merit. Then afterwards, the question of merit comes. So I would say there is a profound misunderstanding by talking about this Spivak and others. I know both Spivak and Sassen, and this is completely, I would say, a misleading statement. One does not necessarily understand finance if one understands physics. That's a complete wrong statement. I'm sorry to say this.
To be, can I say that everybody, the organizers can send email addresses of the various participants who want to continue this dialogue. And I think in this day and age when we are mostly spending time at home, we would love to continue our dialogue if we are interested via email. So Habib and Salimullah and whoever else wants to continue that debate, they can do so. We will miss that debate. But a good session is always when people get very excited and try to defend their positions, and they try to argue and demolish the others. So in that way, I would say that we had a good session, and I'm sure that organizers know that if they put somebody like Salimullah or somebody like Dr. Jamil Ahmed, then they will get a very good and lively session. My own final comments are that I don't want to talk so much about various theories and all of this. I think we have certain basic kinds of, I think, agreement. And one is that our whole education system and also the higher education system, we all agree is in deep trouble. And we don't want to sort of go downwards. And we need to have some discourse about how we ourselves in Bangladesh, we can rescue our education, higher education system, and where do we start? And this is where I think the people who are now currently teaching and faculty and students, they have a role to play. So I wish that they will take this opportunity of celebration of 100 years of Dhaka University to start that very, it's when you are sort of in this spiral, one sort of doesn't know where to begin. But I hope that it doesn't always take a lot of people, but I think some very dedicated and committed people to start somewhere. So I wish and I hope that I don't give up on Dhaka University. Sorry, Salimullah. So I still think that Dhaka University is the place where most of our brightest and committed students, and there are a lot of also faculty who are interested and committed to change things. I hope that we will start somewhere to turn a page. Thank you very much for patient hearing, and I thank all the participants who spoke, and of course others who raised very interesting questions and are willing to continue their dialogue beyond this session. Thank you very much. I now
thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Closed.
Yeah, this was such a lively and fascinating session for me. I feel myself quite fortunate to be able to share this platform with our esteemed moderator and speakers. I was very excited. Our distinguished speakers have made some extremely thought-provoking argument before us. Professor Dr. Jamil Ahmed sir, Dr. Habiba Zaman ma'am, and Dr. Salimullah Khan sir, thank you all on behalf of all of us. And last but not the least, we would like to convey our sincere gratitude to Professor Dr. Rounaq Jahan ma'am for masterfully moderating this session. Thank you all for your time and cooperation. We are running behind time, so we will just start our next session within 1 or 2 minutes. Please bear with us till then. Thank you. At this moment, let me welcome and hand this floor over to my colleague, Mr. Mohammad Salauddin Bhaiya. He will be with you for the next session. Bhaiya, please take it from here and proceed. And thank you. Thanks once again. I just lost. Thank you.
Thank you, Sadia. Thank you, Professor Rounaq Jahan, Mr. Salimullah Khan, Habiba Zaman sir, and Mr. Jamil sir. Thank you, all of you, actually. And now maybe we are exactly, it's 8:02 and we are running out of time, actually. So we are going to start the new session and second session of today, actually. So I again thank you all for being with us. And,
with your permission, I'm leaving now, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think yeah, you should start.
1 minute more, or we can start. Okay.
We should start now. We have
okay,
all our
I
speakers
think,
and moderators.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back to the International Conference celebrating 100 years of the University of Dhaka, reflection from alumni, national and international. This is Shamo Salahuddin, working as research data analyst at Center for Genocide Studies, University of Dhaka. It is my utmost pleasure to welcome you all to the 6th and last webinar, Future of Higher Education, of the webinar series celebrating 100 years of University of Dhaka, reflection from alumni, national and international. Now we are going to start.
Excuse me, Mr. Salahuddin, can you turn up your sound a bit?
Sure, please.
Yes, that's much better. Yes.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Now we are going to start the second session of today's webinar. Actually, for this session, we have three distinguished speakers who will be presenting three papers. We'll start this session with Professor Dr. S.M. Shamim Reza, Department of Mass Communication and Journalism, University of Dhaka, Bangladesh. Then we have Dr. Muhammad Tawhidul Islam, Associate Professor, Department of Peace and Conflict Studies, University of Dhaka, Bangladesh. And finally, we have Dr. Niloy Ranjan Biswas, Associate Professor, Department of International Relations, University of Dhaka, Bangladesh. This session will be moderated by esteemed Professor Dr. Parveen Hassan, former Professor, Department of Islamic History and Culture, University of Dhaka, and now she is serving as Vice Chancellor of Central Women's University, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Before handing over the floor to moderator, I would like to remind our speakers that each speaker is allotted 20 minutes of time. For the kind convenience of the speaker, 3 minutes gentle reminder will be given at the 17 minutes. Now I am urging Professor Dr. Parveen Hassan sir to take over and conduct the session. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I welcome everyone to this last session on the futures of higher education. And I would like to welcome you all it's quite late in the evening, and I don't know how many of you we will be able to retain all of you till 10 p.m. But let's hope we have I've been listening on to the last session, and it was very, very lively. And I hope that most of you will stay on for the next session too. And with these few words, I would like to welcome the first speaker tonight, Professor Dr. S.M. Shamim Reza. Dr. Reza is an associate professor in the Department of Mass Communication and Journalism of the University of Dhaka. And he's been associated with a number of other universities also. And he has studied not only in the University of Dhaka, but also in Australia and London, from where the University of London he received his PhD degree. And he is a debater. He represented Dhaka University in several international university debating championships. And he's also a very familiar face on television because we've seen him in several not only as a speaker on several talk shows, but also as anchor in several TV shows. So without more words, I would like to welcome Dr. Shamim Reza. And the title of his paper is Communication Study in the Global South, Rethinking the Approaches of Communication Education in Bangladesh. Very pertinent to his own discipline. So welcome, Dr. Shamim.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me, madam? Am I audible there?
Yes, very much.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, before I start my presentation, I mean, the previous session was quite useful, and in fact, it has set a grounding for all of us to talk about other education aspects, and that was quite macro and obviously philosophical, and we talk a lot about the objectives of university and the use of university in this emerging situation. And what we people are going to talk about it's certainly some of the macro issues, some of the micro issues, obviously. So while listening to their speeches, I mean, all of a sudden it reminded me of the famous painting, the fresco by Raphael, The School of Athens. So if you look at the painting, I mean, now after so many years, when I look at the paintings and look at the characters, not all of these people existed in the same period. Some of the characters are actually imagined. So Raphael imagined a number of characters from different decades or even from centuries to do his fresco, in order to give us an impression that what he would have imagined about the School of Athens. So it's not only Plato, Aristotle, and all the characters, but many of the characters, I mean, who were born even like a few hundred years after the great philosopher. So the university concept is always in the making, and it is never ending. But then what is more important is the transformation. And depending on that concept, I start my presentation. But before that, there are a few little things to talk about. I'll be talking about something called communication, which is very misleading, obviously. But when I mean communication as a discipline or as a practice, it certainly relies on a number of disciplines and sub-disciplines: social linguistics, social psychology, sociology, political sciences, linguistics, even when looking at Niloy, I would say, related to international relationship. So it's quite an eclectic discipline, like Akbar's Dini life. So it's accumulating lots of areas. In Bangladesh, the approaches actually started with depending on mostly sociology, philosophy, history, and a bit of political sciences. This is how it all started. And now it has lots of branches. With the idea of communication education, I'm not going to propose any particular concept, because when you, as a concept, say communication education, it means something else, like media literacy and all these things. But in a bigger sense, I mean, the teaching and learning business of communication, the practice of communication, how we deal with communication as a discipline, and something that is yet to be settled. And with the global south, I'm not going into the debate of whether we should call anything called global south or global north. I'm not going into the details of the World Bank definitions and all these controversies, but what I understood is that we all have common colonial experiences, the colonial experience of running universities, developing our curriculum, so on. And we all experienced, process called modernization. So we have similar kind of experiences in this part of the world called global south. And many of the departments or the disciplines or the subjects or the area of study or the practice we are talking about originated in the colonial period, and then has been passed on to us in this time. So to start with, Sadia, could you please start the presentation? If you could give me, if you can help me, so that would be quite useful. Get the presentation there. Yeah, do that, or it's, oh, okay, that's good. Okay, thank you. I mean, if you could go to the first slide, please. Thank you. As we're talking education, which is, I told you earlier, it's not only confined within university these days, but it goes beyond university or beyond academia. But as we're talking about, the formal setup of communication education, we must refer to Dhaka University. And we are also celebrating 100 years of Dhaka University, and this conference is also dedicated to that. So let's start with our reference to Dhaka University, that the Department of Journalism was established here at the university in 1962. So it was done after the recommendations of the Press Commission, popularly known as Tayyabji Commission. So Justice Tayyabji was assigned to do a Press Commission in 1958. Interesting to note that India had its Press Commission in 1954. So there is a kind of revival, the competition those days when India had something Pakistan used to do, and they followed the similar path. So one of the objectives was to set up the modern kind of journalism schools in both wings of Pakistan. So one was set up, if I'm not wrong, in Sindh University, another one in the University of Dhaka. It was a journalism department first. I had the opportunity of talking to some of the students from our early days. And one of them recalled the experience saying that we are not very interested in doing a course at the university. And what to do with a course? I mean, why should I do a diploma or something in journalism? We are already sub-editors or editors in a newspaper. And then the founding chairman tried to convince them. He students, like we used to collect primary students in the rural areas 2 or 3 decades back. Why don't you come and join the university and do a diploma in journalism? But the whole idea behind this was to modernize journalism education. So again, it was a project under modernization. I mean, there is no hard evidence. I mean, I don't have any document saying that this is a result of modern. So the ideas of modernization was very much alive then. So Ayub Khan was in power. All the modernization ideas and ideals were everywhere. So Dhaka University has a journalism department, and in course of time, started the fully fledged undergraduate and postgraduate degree programs, now popularly known as mass communication and journalism. Next slide, please. Now, the communication approaches at the university, I say, it took the Euro-American approach. I mean, there was no other option available that to set up something called Indian approach or something called Oriental approach. No. And straight away went to the Euro-American approach. To the American school, it followed American curriculum. And in teaching journalism, it made a kind of mixture of British journalism and American journalism. But we must remember that India had a long tradition of journalism by then. I mean, if it is 1962, so India was practicing like more than 150 years of journalism experience, starting from Hickey's Gazette to all the vernacular newspapers and the Indian newspapers, both in Bengali, Urdu, and Hindi as well. So in the early stage, all the curriculum development actually incorporated or followed the ideas of modernization, which we all know, bigger development, obviously, and that everything is bigger, everything is modern sense in lieu of the traditional society. So that was reflected in the curriculum development. But in the 1960s, the education program, which was targeted to modernize the practice of journalism, also had, targeted towards the transformation of the country's traditional society through journalism. That if you do good journalism, if you practice American style of journalism or European way of journalism, then you can give, the proper information, very different structure, people will be modernized. Madam, I recall my days in early 90s when I decided to study journalism and mass communication. One of my senior brothers said, have you gone mad? You're going to study that. They only teach you, how to write a news. It's called inverted pyramid structure. Have you seen that? No, I haven't seen that. Well, this is just upside down of a pyramid. And for 3 years, they will teach you how to write a news piece. So please don't do that. You better join English literature department. That would be, bring you a better future in the early 90s. Don't go for that department. And that was a general impression about journalism department or mass communication department, even in the late 90s or early, whatever. So the approach, this similar Euro-American approach was unchanged for the next 2 decades. It was all American school, a little bit of British school, but started changing from 1990s when the concept of cultural studies were incorporated. And the ideas of political economy were incorporated. And it also started because people also started, going to the UK, to other European universities, even to the Indian universities. And when they came back with the fresh ideas, or after completing their masters or PhDs or the grad level of studies, they wanted to have a little bit of political economy approaches or the cultural studies approaches. So the German ideas, so the British schools and, some other interesting areas, started to be getting into the curriculum in the 1990s and particularly in the last decade. Next slide, please. Now, the overall state of communication education in Bangladesh, it's currently more than 20 public and privately funded universities are offering these degree programs. I told you earlier that I'm mostly focusing on the university programs, but I'll be referring to other programs as well later of my presentation. And the programs are known as journalism, media studies, mass communication, film and television studies, in different names and a different genre or different level, but mostly it's communication studies. But it has different branches and schools. So in addition to the university, this is very important to note that the government managed training institutions also offer postgraduate degrees and diplomas like the Press Institute of Bangladesh, LIMCO, some of the government institutions, and also a number of non-governmental organizations. So after the collapse of former Soviet Union with the New World, the beginning of the 1990s, referring to the previous discussion, whatever philosophical discussion that we have in our mind, whatever the schools we are taking, the perspective that we are following, we must remember this historical juncture that the collapse of former Soviet Union and the beginning of a new world also influenced our education system, our university concepts, and also the study of communication. Of the organizations which historically not part of teaching or giving education or giving degrees or diplomas became part of this kind of teaching learning process. So the non-governmental organizations, very briefly, NGOs, the media development organizations like NDO, they started conducting short courses in the area of journalism, film, television, development communication. And these days, even they are running courses on community media management, community journalism, local journalism. So it's not the domain of the universities only, or the solely in the hand of Dhaka University. 20 universities. So Dhaka University is not the only party who can, claim the success of contributing to the development of communication education in this part of South Asia. Next slide, please. So there are other things that we should also focus on. That's how the curriculum being developed and what are our philosophical focuses on. Communication departments in general are trying to make a balance between the courses of mass communication and journalism. Although the mass communication is still a very contested. I mean, if you go to Europe and go to Australia, they say, what the heck is mass communication? That's very American school. But when as a student in Sydney, my professor used to make fun of me, say, oh, he's a guy from mass communication. So if you want to learn anything, I mean, the students from Taiwan and all those regions was also product of modernization. He used to say, I'm not a guy of mass communication, go to Shamim Reza. He can teach you about mass communication. I can talk about media and communication. That's quite a funny note on a personal level. So the courses, if you divide it into two sections called journalism and mass communication, popularly, actually the communication related courses constitute a great portion of the syllabuses, particularly in the public universities. If you take any syllabus book from any of the universities, say, like it would be 60-40. So 60 courses would be related to communication or mass communication, and the rest are production, journalism, and so on. So in terms of following the approaches or the philosophical domain of the school, besides the early impact model originated in the United States, from the beginning of the First World War, Harold D. Laswell, all the Talcott persons, even the big guys from economics like Rostow, all those people also contribute to the making of something called communication as a solution to modernize the traditional society and to popularize the American school. They call modern school, but actually it was American school there. Anyway, so we used to call it an impact model. You have to create impact on something. You must achieve success, some kind of. I mean, if I refer back to Aristotle, this is the reason why the American political science or politics or communication schools very often refer to politics, the Aristotle's politics and poetics, because he also talked about the impact model. So when you try to make some impact or try to measure impact, the whole philosophical domain goes to bringing about success. That is what the previous speakers also talked about, the success of the university, measuring the impact of the university. So some of the early models are very vital in developing the curriculum in communication departments or in schools. So instead of that, things started changing, and new concepts like concepts of human development, empowerment, social justice, gender, technology, culture, and outstanding global issues, started to interplay, and the curriculum developers or the course teachers or the journalism schools tried to incorporate that either in the form of a course of study or whatever, in the form of a topic or any other form. So there was a kind of shift from impact model to more of, you could say, empowerment model, social justice model, and governance model of communication studies. So in relation to practice and skill development, again referring back to the previous discussion, what will happen to the practice and the skill training? Historically, the importance has been given to the journalism courses, not to the typical communication courses. So these days, if you look at the capacity building side, the technical courses of journalism, particularly online journalism, Mojo, very popular term, mobile journalism, and video production has been very popular. And if I might say, if you look at the curriculum of the private universities or privately funded universities, there's a more emphasis has been given on, the film production, video production, online journalism. So more of skill training, skill development, but not ignoring the studies of these areas, but more into, development and orienting them with the ground reality and need of the industry. I mean, that is a priority, as opposed to the high sounding cultural studies or even the impact model that we are critiquing, that is very much alive in the communication studies. Next slide, please. Now, and the last slide on this aspect, that some departments, I mean, this is we have to make a self-critic. Some departments are more adaptive and flexible than others to make changes. I haven't written about, I didn't want to make any comparison between private and public universities. That might, open up another debate. But, other than this slide, what is written here, I would strongly say the private universities are more adaptive and flexible to changes. They can do the changes very quickly. And the public universities are not. The communication departments are quite rigid and not very flexible, not very adaptive to changes, although they're making some technical changes these days. And other courses, very interestingly, which are in terms of like semi-practical, if you say, I shouldn't use the word practical, everything has its practical orientation. Courses like advertising, public relations, media advocacy, development communication, journalism, environmental communication, it actually is required some kind of field work, industrial attachment, exchange, collaborative programs. That is missing. That is missing. So even if we have been adapted to the changes on journalism and technical courses, but these so-called semi-technical courses, or in some cases, the World Bank has started calling them, not these courses, some of the very conceptual courses they started calling nonsense subjects. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to the market. Anyway, so they really need to incorporate the idea of the fieldwork, industrial attachment, exchange, and collaborative programs. Some courses which are very conceptual in nature and not really considered to be market-oriented may face challenges of neoliberal policies. So all the new policies that are coming up and the new policies that are being proposed these days, I fear and I'm afraid that some of the courses, not only within the domain of communication studies, but maybe in history, in other cultural studies, in traditional subjects like politics, sociology, might face challenges because they're being considered as not very market-oriented and very conceptual in nature. Next slide, please. The most talked about word collaboration. I mean, how do we put collaboration into the development of communication education? I mean, if you take, should we collaborate or should we not collaborate? I mean, even in order for you to achieve only knowledge for knowledge's sake, if you say, you still need some kind of collaboration, I believe. And in terms of collaboration and development of communication education in Bangladesh, if I start with my own department, mass communication and journalism, well, it had good collaborative programs in the past. It had some collaborative programs with the American universities, with Norwegian University, with British universities, and some regional universities in Nepal and India. It also received technical support from donors like Derrida, Asia Foundation, which contributed to capacity building and technical infrastructure. One of the programs, even Parvin Appa might recall, that we used to have problems with female students in late 80s. That the newspaper used to say that we don't get enough female journalists. I mean, when they are graduated, they've been married off and they don't want to join in the news industry. So Asia
sorry for the interruption, sir. You have 3 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. So Asia Foundation decided to give a fellowship to the female students so that they are encouraged to do internship at the newspapers and they can join them. Anyway, so I'm skipping a little bit. Now, in terms of maintaining contact and doing collaborative work, I think the public universities are lagging behind. Some of the private universities are like demonstrating good capacity and ability and willingness to do that. I'm sorry to say that in terms of maintaining a contact and implementing joint initiatives with media industry, with MDO, Media Development Organization, with multilateral agencies like, for example, UNICEF, UNESCO, or FAO, who are practicing communication a lot, UNDP. I don't see that the private university communication departments of schools are demonstrating their willingness and capacity to do this. And I think this is very important, that although we are teaching at the university in the academia, but we should think beyond academia. The media education should not be confined within the territory of the university only. Next slide, please. Well, in the global south, I think this similar problem exists, like we do have, like still it's reflecting the very post-colonial patterns of curriculum development, that national integrity, national identity, all those kind of things that we used to do that in the late 50s and the mid 50s and some of the newly emerged countries. In the 60s, it happened in Uganda, it happened in Kenya, it happened in Pakistan, even in India. Even Nehru could not resist the American school there. And many of the good journalism schools and training institutes today were supported by the American donor agencies, the Rockefeller Foundation and bigger and the big names. So even Nehru couldn't stop the flow of modernization and the postmodern influences in communication studies in his own country. Now, many of the universities in the global south have not been able to establish their contact or relationship with industry, media, civil society, let alone about partnership with international, the agencies. And the crisis is quite common almost everywhere. I mean, some countries in the Southeast Asia, like Singapore, have tried a little bit, Malaysia tried a little bit, but more or less it's the similar approach everywhere. Next slide, please. So there are some agendas. I'll just take a 1 minute more, to finish. Well, before that, there are challenges. While I was, preparing this presentation, I tried to talk to some of the people outside academia. What is their view of communication? They said, look, the communication have miserably failed in the time of coronavirus. We haven't been able to do enough. Where is communication? We are talking about communication education. We haven't been able to achieve much success, in order for us to achieve something in the face of globalization. There are some sporadic events, some local initiatives, some community initiatives, but couldn't really capitalize on the benefits of globalization. Neither could we really resist globalization. So what is the success of communication education in terms of globalization? We haven't done enough to prepare ourselves to enter the fourth industrial revolution. The communication studies started 100 years ago. Now this is the time of fourth industrial revolution. What is our take in it? So taking all these concepts into considerations and taking all the philosophical discussions, delivered by our speaker, Salimullah Khan, Jamil sir, and others, I would say that the challenges of communication education for tomorrow would be the pedagogical approaches. We need to change the pedagogical approaches and have to make it relevant and effective. We need to revisit the Western bias and set a new perspective. I'm not saying that anyone is saying to wipe out the Western ideas and ideologies. I'm not saying that at all. I still believe in the concept of European universities and good things that we can, even get from them. But we must get rid of the biases and we must contextualize. We must take into account the regional experiences that we have gathered so far and the capacity to address the socio-political changes. You cannot be so rigid. You cannot be so static. You must take into account the social political changes that are bearing on the elements and structure of communication curriculum and the enhanced interaction and collaboration with everyone, with the media industry, with the society, with the development organizations, with NGOs, INGOs, agency. Otherwise, you won't be able to set it as a discipline because this is something eclectic, I say. This is very sketchy. This is very difficult to settle with. So you must be very vigilant. You must be very, very prompt in order, to always to address the socio-political changes, the emerging changes. Next slide, please. I think that's the last one. Before that, this is nothing, just a little photo of symbolic thing, a terracotta from Kantajan Mandir, showing something, some of the Oriental practices that people are, preparing for music, girls are dancing. It's a little plaque I found, not the popular one. But it gives us an impression that there are rooms, there are scopes to incorporate our ideas, our channel of communications, our patterns of communications, our cultural beliefs into the Western ideas. I think it doesn't contradict always. And it doesn't contradict that when you say, oh, look, it doesn't mean that we have stopping at looking, towards the West or something. We're totally abandoning this. Just a symbolic kind of picture. Next slide, please. The last one. And I think we need to bring together evidences of the global South to develop a new approach, a new concept. It not only the Bangladeshi concept, not only the Indian concept. South Asians have become a bit rigid. They don't want to look at Southeast Asian experience. So Southeast Asia doesn't care for South Asia. Now China has started calling the Chinese communication model. They're investing huge amount of money and manpower into the study of communication. That's a Chinese way of communication. India started talking about this is the Asian communication. This is the South Asian communication. If you go to Malaysia, if you believe in the Mahathir doctrine, Malaysia is truly Asia. So they're contesting ideas everywhere. But whose idea it is very difficult, who survive at the end of the day. But I'm in favor of bringing them together and reshaping the existing communication models. And that's most important, to deal with the unprecedented and new phenomena and revitalizing the communication education approaches. That's important, whether it's South Asian approach, whether it's South Asian approach, whether it's a Chinese, Indian, or any emerging parts approach. You must revitalize that. You must reshape that. And you must bring together all your experiences. And I think it's reorienting the paradigms to teach communication in the light of national and global governance and technological changes. And obviously, targeting the fourth industrial revolution. And with this, I would say that communication as an evolving discipline, as an evolving practice, is never settled. I didn't say it is ever settled. It's always in the making. We'll be able to make its meaningful contribution to human progress and development. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shamim. I think we will now move on to our next speaker. Thank you very much. Dr. Mohammad Tawhidul Islam, who is an associate professor in the Department of Peace and Conflict Studies of the University of Dhaka. He has also earned his PhD from the University of Bradford in the United Kingdom, and is also is researching on non-violence, social cohesion, flexibility, post-violence, peace building, etc., etc. And then the title of his paper is Tolerance and Peace Education, Importance and Implications for Higher Education. Over to Dr. Tawheed. You can start.
Thank you, Professor Hassan. Thank you very much, and it's indeed a pleasure to talk on a important conference, the 100-year celebration of Dhaka University, where all of you are involved with in different ways. Just one note is that I have brought a little change in the title, which I will show in a minute, and I will be talking on that. So I believe you can see the slide.
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you. So my title is Tolerance and Peace in Higher Education, Importance and Implication. Fundamentally, it's a broad aspect, but as I teach in the Department of Peace and Conflict Studies, I have very little knowledge about this broader spectrum of knowledge. So I try to focus on the context of Bangladesh, because where we live, I believe it has a serious significance to study about tolerance and peace. So all we know that the country Bangladesh has been progressing significantly since 1971. The country, what used to be called as bottomless basket, has been progressed in many socio-economic, political, cultural fronts significantly. And the country is very well known for its long-standing history of communal harmony and tolerance. Nevertheless, at some point, we have seen that the level of tolerance, level of harmony has been questioned by different incidents and events. And two of the aspects I would focus on is the threat of intolerance coming from radicalization and extremism, to which a section of young people studied in urban universities coming from different backgrounds, not only from the poverty-prone backgrounds, the old thesis talks like that, but many of the affluent family, young people, tech-savvy people, and they got involved into it. And it's not only limited to the private universities, but also some of the public universities, including medical students and students who are studying engineering. They have got involved in such a kind of intolerant mechanisms. On the other hand, we have seen some kind of communal incidents in the last 10, 20 years. We have seen attacks on temples. We have seen attacks on communities which are not majority. And those are fundamental issues. Nevertheless, there are many other lines of divides, many other lines of divisions exist in the society, whether we believe it or not, but that exists in the society. On the other hand, if we see the shiny picture is that Bangladesh has been ranked 91 in amongst 163 countries in the Global Peace Index in 2021. It was a significant improvement, I would say, from 2020, because in 2020 it was 97 in the Global Peace Index. As I'm talking about the tolerance and peace, one of our colleagues conducted a small study about university students about tolerance. And that found that they often prefer cultural similarity as a key source of tolerance, where cultural similarity is related to language, religion, and ethnicity. If they see that kind of similarity, they see that is one of the best way to make friends and tolerate others. On the other hand, interestingly, they found that religious tolerance is more prevalent than political tolerance, and majority of the study people, they identified that they believe that highest level of tolerance exists amongst the economic classes, whereas the lowest tolerance level is about diversified sexual orientation. Overall, 54% students said that they have a sense of tolerance, whereas 30% they argued that education can be one of the best means to improve the level of tolerance amongst other options. Given that context, this paper actually trying to see why tolerance and peace education is important in a country like ours, and how it is important for higher education, because most of the literature talks about the higher education in Bangladesh does not pay much attention on the issues of tolerance and other issues. Majority of the literature, it talks about that it talks about the lesson for peace and tolerance is supposed to start at the very early stage. But my argument throughout this paper would be it's not only an issue for the early stage, early childhood education for tolerance and peace, but it's a continuous process that has to be followed. If we see a very brief literature, critical review of the education system, although we know that Bangladesh has been in the stream of education, and it was got to change in the 90s, and that made a market-oriented force coming into play, and that has significant changes in the education system. Currently, we have 49 public universities, 107 private universities, and 3 international universities. If we see that upsurge of number of universities, some of them are following British Indians model, while others following North American models. The fundamental aspect is that students who goes to public universities, they go for arts, science, and social sciences issues, whereas some of the literature argue that British business administration, engineering, and technology are very preferred subject for the private universities. Nevertheless, one of the critical aspects is that the pressure of neoliberalism constitutes a new form of colonialism. That's the fundamental aspect we need to understand. If we see that when that kind of higher education is rooted in the structure of capitalism and neoliberalism, that actually is creating a sense of cultural domination, and that actually does not give a good sense of unity and sense of orientation, I mean national orientation for the students who are studying in those areas. On the other hand, some other basic features, we see that higher education system in public universities are eroding and declining, whereas we see the inclusion of ICT and the digital divide during the pandemic period. And then digital divide is in existence on various fronts. For example, urban, rural, race, poor, private, public. So there are so many ways we could see that kind of divide. On the other hand, if we see that neoliberal education that forces students to develop a negative attitude to their own culture and historical heritage, which in turn affects students' self-esteem, self-confidence, and contributes to the changing of the students' own identities. So a true transformation process or in their life and thinking process does not take place when actually students are going through that kind of colonial and neoliberal form of education system. On the other hand, there are some other factors that also needs to be taken into care when we talk about education system. We see the political interest for politics, and some of the universities, especially private universities, they try to say that they do not have any political affiliation, which actually are to some extent depoliticizing the students. They are not becoming aware about their rights and societal duties. On the other hand, the quality of education has been an illusion, especially in terms of quality. We have seen the number of the students going in the public universities, private universities, higher education institution, but the quality has always been a question because that emphasizes the cognitive learning rather than facilitating incumbents to use reasoning, understand, communicate, apply knowledge, and solve real life or workplace problems. So if we see those things, these are again connected with the issues of governance of those institutions. As my previous colleague said, that it's all about the issues of policy and execution. The private university, perhaps they have some leverage to change it very quickly, whereas the public universities, it takes quite a long space. On the other hand, traditional pedagogical methods and academy industry gap also exist in the academic higher education system. which actually encourage the foreign professionals to come in domestic works. For example, the domestic graduates, they could not qualify, but the foreign professionals come and occupy in different sectors. On the other hand, if we see the latest higher education policies, for example, the strategic plan for higher education 2018 to 2030, it has placed the university graduates' role as, it talks like our vision is to see our higher education graduates as critical, conceptual, and reflexive thinkers, possessing advanced technical competence and an understanding of the broad conceptual and theoretical aspects of their fields of specialization, possessing effective communication, management, and problem-solving skills, committed to the pursuit of excellence, and prepared to thrive in a globally competitive environment, ethical and sensitive to the environment, and are driven by the desire of lifelong learning. On the other hand, it also talks about the role of the institutions, especially universities. Universities are as creative and future-oriented places of learning where the highest quality of teaching and learning is provided and new knowledge is generated, where independent thinking is promoted and future leaders are created, where the culture of lifelong learning is instilled in the learners, where infrastructure and support systems are of high quality, where the management is effective and transparent, and which are integrated with the community. These are absolutely fascinating ideas, I would say, in terms of policy, but to what extent those are implemented in the sense of Bangladesh, that is important to see. In the context of Bangladesh, that is important too. On the other hand, if we see the theoretical aspect, like tolerance and peace, it maintains a symbiotic relationship, and often we see that if we talk about tolerance, we cannot expect tolerance in a flawed society, which is intolerant. Tolerant in flawed society is like a kind of virus that can affect the society very quickly, especially intolerance and meaning. So when we see that kind of intolerance could lead to any kind of hostility, violence, and that could be communal, that could be any source of ideas. On the other hand, when any sort of group in a majoritarian society feel deprived and frustrated, that also could create a different kind of intolerance. But tolerance is considered as an integral and essential part of society and to establish peace. It's a broader terminology, the term tolerance. It means allowing certain rights, for example, liberty, respect, freedom of expression, and peaceful coexistence to people who have dissimilarities on various issues like custom, religion, gender, race, and positionality, all those things. So when we talk about tolerance, education has one of the key role to make people aware about their responsibilities. And actually, education provides people the means to build the world where they want to live. It is the best means of promoting peace and tolerance, and by understanding the problems of the world. The problem when we talk about intolerance, they do not understand the problem what they go through. For example, Hague Appeal for Peace Global Campaign for Peace Education, they talk about a culture of peace, which means that a culture of peace will be achieved when citizens of the world understand global problems, have the skills to resolve conflicts and struggle for justice non-violently, live by international standards of human rights and equity, appreciate cultural diversity, and respect the earth and each other. Such learning can only be achieved with systematic education for peace. So now the question is, when we talk about tolerance, when we talk about peace in diversified society, respecting diversity is very important, because education affects students' self-perception and their views of their nation, as well as shapes their image of the others. So when they have a negative image of the others at any stage, this could exacerbate hatred, prejudice, social division, violence at worst, because they may lack critical thinking in everyday societies where inclusivity and equality are little practiced, which exist in many societies in the global south countries. So when you talk about peace education, besides empowering students about critical thinking, education teaches how to accept others, whatever the differences they may have in practice and in existence. On the other hand, if we see the education as one of the best means or cost-effective means to improve human capital, achieve economic growth and sustainable development. All these things are very closely connected with the developing and least developed countries. But at the same time, education builds a nation, not only from early childhood to tertiary education, but also post-tertiary education. When they go to a workspace, they have the significant role to play in the nation building. For example, they are the decision makers, they are the political leaders, they are the bureaucrats, they are the teachers, they are officers in every respect. So they have that role to play in that nation building process. So when we talk about peace and tolerance education, it actually talks about quite a broad issues that needs to take into care. For example, it makes people aware about the human rights, deliverable democracy, for example. I'm not talking about democracy, I'm talking about deliverable democracy that delivers of that serves for the people, irrespective of their differences, and accepting the diversity, respecting others' opinion, and coexistence and non-violence. It talks about social and economic justice, disarmament, human security, and skill development of various kind and problem-solving capacity of the students, so that they could address crisis effectively and non-violently whenever they face that kind of crisis, and bring a fundamental change in human attitudes and behavior. That's fundamental when we talk about peace and tolerance education. It's embedded within this pedagogy of peace education. And progress and fundamental development, respecting equality and equity, and respecting and preserving cultural heritage and identity. On the other hand, when we talk about peace and tolerance education, it does not, it cannot change the society very quickly. It will not happen overnight, because when you talk about peace and tolerance education in a society, it will change gradually, and that change will happen through learning and teaching that helps and facilitate human development, and allow acquiring knowledge and values, as well as developing the attitudes, skills, and behaviors to live in a social harmony. A process of encountering social odds, dehumanization of poverty, prejudice, discrimination, hatred, various forms of structural and direct violence, and more important is dehumanization of others. So when people can encounter those issues, then they have that kind of virtues and values to embrace tolerance. And there are different social puzzles we see in the societies. And those social puzzles need to understand very sophisticated way. I believe the students who are going at tertiary level institution, they have that kind of sophistication to understand the societal puzzles, so that they could understand how to respect others. And more important, when we talk about peace and tolerance, we focus on culture of peace, that is empowering individuals, building their confidence, and utilizing their agency power in terms of decision making and in terms of making any kind of contribution to the society.
Sorry for the interruption, sir, but you have 3 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. This is a process of encountering social injustice and embracing diverse worldviews. That's fundamental, important, because when we talk about tolerance, when we talk about acceptance, embracing diverse worldviews is important. There are multiple worldviews that needs to be embraced. Nevertheless, promotion of social cohesion, it completely depends upon the extent to which education is offered in a diversity-sensitive manner, and which in many ways made conditions of fulfilling human needs, economic development, socio-economic demands of people living in different communities. So on the argument of importance of peace and tolerance education in Bangladesh, it's not very much expanded in Bangladesh. Some public universities, including Dhaka University and Bangladesh University of Professionals, they offer peace and conflict resolution or human rights studies. Some private universities, they have recently established some of the research centers. Some professional organizations, they got conduct courses on peace and tolerance or associated issues. And at some point, we see some of the non-governmental organizations and think tanks, they also talk about tolerance issues. But the fundamental is that when we talk about the importance of tolerance and peace education, many of the students in private and public universities, they lack fundamental understanding of knowing what is tolerance and what is peace. I'm talking irrespective of the disciplines, because it's not only an issue for students of social science or humanities. tolerance and peace is an issue is related to students of all disciplines across the universities. So it actually is a process of learning about tolerance and acceptance and empowering students with critical knowledge so that they could use reasons over passions, and providing a new mindset with a critical outlook that accept other worldviews, and re-understanding of the perception and relationship building with other communities. On the other hand, sometimes we see that repairing social value system and using Bengali culture is also important in contexts like ours, where we see when those things are violated, we see a sense of intolerance in many ways. And protecting differences and celebrating diversities is important. And these things need to be learned from the institutions. It's not like that. It may sound very easy, but to embed in, to understand those things is very important. On the other hand, we see skill development issues in education. Beside the conventional methods, we see digitalization. And when you talk about digitalization, there are risks of digitalization, especially we see cyber world is very lucrative for different groups to identify and pick up their prey. So that needs to be also taken care of when we talk about this importance, and provide quality education, knowledge-based process so that students could engage with different other sorts of extracurricular activities, not only related to political and religious sports, but also in economic, personal, social, and everyday life. Another aspect is that I often talk that people in public universities and even in private universities, they often prefer local regionalism. I mean, the regionalism within Bangladesh, they do not see Bangladesh as a whole. They try to see they are coming from Borishal, they are coming from Kumilla, they are coming from Chittagong. But that kind of regionalism is harming to build that kind of tolerance in a society. And often we talk about egalitarian society. So if we actually want to establish an egalitarian society, no discrimination based on any kind of differences amongst and between groups and identities and opinions, that needs to be established. On the other hand, new knowledge must be generated by studying causes of intolerance and other issues. On the front of implication, because as I mentioned before that, implication for peace and tolerance education, we cannot expect the result very quickly. It has to be very long-term process to understand the implication of this kind of education. But the stage where we are in Bangladesh, given the fact all sorts of divisions and tensions and odds and social ills, what we see in the society, it must be addressed through through discussions and dialogues process, so that the brokers, the diplomats, the politicians, the decision makers, whoever they are, they must be engaging in the dialogue process and discussion process to address those issues. On the other hand, we see the development project across the country because we are developing very quickly. So to what extent that are sensitive to the local society, local people, and to what extent they are not doing harm to the communities. Those issues need to be taken into care. And corruption is one of the main source of threat of intolerance in this country, but people may not talk, but that needs to be addressed with knowledge. And fundamentally is that empowering people from the below, the people who are not in a sense of talking in decision-making process, but they have to listen, they have to heart in terms of decision-making process. So that could happen in the long term. I believe that it will not happen in 1 or 2 days, but it would need long-term exercise of that kind of values so that people understand the agency power of the people who live at the bottom level. And we're not talking about promoting peace and tolerance, but also upholding and protecting the strong values, culture, and heritage that exist in the country that also need to be paid attention. And the fact is, when the decision makers talk, they need to pay attention to all those issues, because it's not only the communities they could uphold their heritage. They can talk about heritage, but the responsibility is the state to talk about protection of that kind of heritage. And other is that changing of the mindset of labeling people as minority or Rohingyas or others, whatever the way we talk about or label others, that is actually kind of way people undermine or dehumanize the other groups. There are saying that minority are those people who think in communal line. Remember, we talk on the one hand, we talk about equality, equity, all those things, but on the other hand, we label them in different ways. And if we see that implication aspect, many courses are available in developed countries, but least developed countries like ours, where we need tolerance and peace education for the long-term implications, as I mentioned before. The globalization of higher education can foster an exchange of cultures and ideas, opening minds, creating mutual understanding. So the value system of globalization, we should take that positive aspect so that it could bridge gaps between the people living in different parts of the world. And that value system should come with that normative philosophies and idealistic principles that actually are connected with the broader issues of citizenship and sound political thinking process. So without that broader citizenship issues and broader political thinking process, we cannot say that we could free our mind from the colonial mindset, because that anti-colonial mindset is very important when we talk about freedom in terms of higher education, in terms of establishing peace and tolerance in a society. So the fundamental is that intolerance, prejudice, and violence are not any answer to any differences or any kind of difficulties. It has to be addressed through discussion. It has to be addressed through dialogues. That's one of the aspects. On the other hand, there are belief that people, there are saying that people are in the process of war or who like violence, they actually prepare their future generations for such kind of activities. Although there is a very less number of intolerant people, but they could create much havoc in the society. Therefore, the sources of intolerance must be addressed not only through the administrative process, but also with the assistance of soft power like teaching tolerance and education and peace in the society. This is a process of unlearning the language of prejudice, hatred, war, and violence, but to embracing harmony, humanity, social cohesion, and coexistence. As we are talking about features of higher education, one generation would come and goes, and the next generation would come, but the universities, higher education institutions, those will sustain. So the responsibilities of those institutions and universities are to create and sustain a culture of peace that can make a bridge between the generations for better futures. Therefore, the role of the universities in this century is to provide a better understanding of our common heritage and human beings, and respecting mutual cultural, multicultural values of the societies where we live. With this, I think I have completed within time, if not overshoot 1 or 2 minutes. I thank you very much for your question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tawheed. And now I would like to go on to our next speaker, Dr. Niloy Ranjan Biswas. Dr. Biswas is an associate professor in the Department of International Relations in the University of Dhaka. He was he completed his PhD. He's earned his PhD from the City University of London, and was also a Fulbright fellow at George Washington University. He's interested and has written extensively on community policing and prevention of violent extremism, both topics that are very much in circulation in the media and newspapers today. So without many other words, I would like to hand over to Dr. Niloy Ranjan Biswas, and I think all the questions will be after the papers. So we are getting ready for that. So Dr. Biswas.
Thank you, Parveen Madam. Am I audible? And I also share my slides.
Yes, sir, you're audible and the slides are visible as well.
Yes.
Thank you, Parveen Madam, for the opportunity. And I also thank the University of Dhaka to organize these webinars. Clearly, this is the last webinar and the second day, and I'm the last speaker of today's sessions. So I'm sure everyone is quite in the mood to go to the dinner table. So I'll try to be very quick and finish and without taking much time. Also, one of the reasons why this is because this is an ongoing research. The work is in still progress. I myself am not very sure that what are the concluding arguments at this moment. So the thoughts that I'll be presenting in the next 15 to 20 minutes will actually be some of the very scattered thoughts which I'm trying to reach and I'm trying to reach the conclusions that I wanted to face it while working on a project. Now, the reason why I thought that IR on the future and IR in the future, and particularly focusing on that IR is a single discipline, and I am also in that club probably to say that no, IR is quite multidisciplinary in that context. But two very naive, or I'd like to say on a lighter note, that two very interesting conversation have always encouraged me to basically go and one of my friend in a roadside tea stall before universities, we all know what is happening in international politics, and I can say the same thing what is American president is doing, that you teach in the classes. So what is the reason of studying IR in the universities? Number one, I think most of us have our friends. I mean, I know that some of you have probably studied IR in Dhaka University or other universities, and you have your friends in different places who can equally be very much vocal about international politics, give wide lectures about various international events, as you think you're the master of it, being a graduate of the university. Now, that's obviously a fallacy or an irony that we sometimes face as an IR graduate. And the second issue is there's an interesting debate once on social media by the bloggers, some of the renowned bloggers, which I not probably need to take names at this moment, that really whether IR can actually project future or predict future. Can IR tell something about what is going to happen in future? And then, that brings a very significant debate about what is the main purpose of a discipline, which is now mostly residing in the social science faculties in some of the universities. There are exceptions because it is also part of the humanities in some of the universities. But can IR predict the future or project the future, or can tell us the future? Now, this very interesting role of future teller of IR is always debated. History says that yes, IR experts have suggested something about future events, and there were events where the predictions remained really successful, and in some of the events those were not. Now, has that happened in other subjects, like subjects from science, whether it is physical science or medical science or things like that? Now, the answer may lie in what approaches are actually followed. So the second, the first interesting question, that what we actually study in IR in higher studies institutions, particularly in tertiary, in the university education. So conventionally, we study war, security, diplomacy, national interest, regionalism, economics, globalization, human rights, peace and conflict, and obviously more. And I remember when I entered in as an undergraduate student in Dhaka University. We were we were one of the first batches of 4-year integrated course system, and we used to study 14 or I think 16 subjects or topics in 4 years undergraduate bachelor. And the batches who had the 3-year undergraduate system probably had been through less courses. Now, when I joined Dhaka University as a lecturer and we had this semester system course started, there were 32 solid courses. Now we teach to our undergraduate students at this moment, and more courses at the master's level. So in terms of courses, we study quite a significant area or topics, and there are also some dominant conceptual issues and the famous debate that whether IR is a science or it's a social science. That is probably one of the reasons why we still follow the idea called positivism, which is a scientific approach, critical approaches, which is somewhere in between the scientific and the non-scientific approach. At the same time, we also follow conceptually the post-positivistic approaches. So we have theories like postmodernism. Some of the famous feminist schools also follow that approaches as well. So it has expanded quite significantly. I would say both horizontally, which is in terms of the courses that we study in IR now at this moment in the higher studies institutions, at the same time vertically, so in terms of actors, in terms of institutions and stakeholders, some of the so there were an expansion that has taken place at the same time. Now the question which is most important and has always haunted me down, that is projecting future a responsibility of any discipline, or probably the discipline IR. Now that's quite significant, because this is also very significant, particularly in the pandemic time, because we are still in the new normal situations, and it will probably continue for a significant amount of time. So what will happen if pandemic continues, and when does this pandemic will end? Probably it's not always the job of an IR expert, but it seems like an IR expert has become such a hybrid expert that IR experts are often to talk about the correlations between politics and the science aspects of the pandemic. So the answer to this question is very complex, that whether IR should or can talk about the future, or predict or project the future. Probably the ontological aspect of the discipline can talk a little bit about it, because a majority of the IR experts at one point of time was quite fascinated by the realist paradigm, which talks about anarchy is existential. Nevertheless, it has also been problematized by others, where the existential nature of anarchy has always been questioned so far as the global structure is concerned. At the same time, when we see the other side, which is cooperation, and we talk a lot about cooperation, it seems like the international relations is not anymore about war and conflict. It's more about cooperation at different level. Nonetheless, we also criticize this aspect of IR, which is cooperation, and then you can see that cooperation is also and can also be biased. Now, on the epistemological approach, the way how we learn what we are is also quite problematic. Whether knowing certain thing about this discipline, have IR engaged or recognized the need to learn from a very radically different basis of norms and values. So that is also very important. That brings to this next step of this idea, which is called the Western biasness of the discipline itself. So when we talk about norms and values, the way we try to learn IR is largely Western. And I'll come back to that Western bias point in the next slide. But methodology is also very important. Now, science can predict future to some extent, and it can also be falsified. Now, that's probably one of the reasons where the earlier philosophers or earlier scholars of IR has really tried its best to push IR as a scientific discipline. And it has been criticized severely in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and still now, a significant number of scholars do not really tend to stick to the scientific part or aspects so far as the methodology or epistemology is concerned. The question comes in, then, is generalization an objective of IR? Now, if you believe that yes, generalization is important, then you can probably predict or sum up to a conclusion of, maybe the inductive process that we famously know as is probably important. Now, if we do not believe that no, generalization is not an objective of IR, then probably we also do not need to always tell about the future or what will happen in the future. There are a couple of school of thoughts which are quite significant in this, particularly when they try to predict the future or project the future. So we know about historical empiricism, quite an age-old school, followed a little bit of like pre-positivistic or positivistic approaches. We also know about path dependency, who basically talked about like how the institutions have performed, and if the similar variables or factors work in the new institutions, that institutions will act in the similar ways, which is quite also try to project the futures and how institutions work. The famous debate which crosses to all the disciplines is agency and structure debates as well. Now, all these all these kind of like concepts have empowered IR quite significantly. At the same time, whether that is following the positivistic approach or following the non-scientific or post-positivistic approach. Now, why these things are questionable? Or why do we really need to unsimplify these particular issues? Number one, when we try to see IR as a composite and a comprehensive discipline, I think most of us would be very happy to talk about that how IR has become so global and universal. At the same time, the terminologies of global and universal has been problematized. That if global, the word itself has inherited the hierarchies. The hierarchies, the differences between North and South. So to what extent the global is actually the global, or it is really the Western? As an agent, if not the structure, is really global South has really emerged. The researchers and the students, the university, academia, do they have the voice? Has been another question in the IR in the recent times. Another issue is the IR discipline is quite significantly Anglo-American and Eurocentric by its nature, whether it is the ontology or epistemology and methodology, to what extent it has actually come out of that. And that lead to the question is, are there any epistemologies of the South? Now, the one significant problem is that can we also generalize South as a single entity or homogeneous entity is a big question. So should we, now if we put a normative dimension to this question, that should we project, or this we as basically indicating towards IR, should we project to the future aspects of these things? Now, quite successfully, I think if not, we have been quite significantly out of this, Western-centric or Western-biased IR discipline in universities in the South, particularly in Asia, Latin America, and Africa, but we have been able to problematize the study of global system. Now, I'm sure that there are plenty of examples of that, like the emergence of subaltern school of histories and its impact on understanding and reorienting international relations, the feminist schools, alternative ideas of human rights, even in a very quite rigid discipline like economics, we have experienced the rise of alternative understanding, which have questioned some of the old systems or conventional system of the global structure. So one of these is how the global capital and other global practices are linked. Number two is questioning the neoliberal world order. So the questions, there are critiques of the modes of governance, and that we study in international relations at this moment. The IR is no more state-centric. We talk about impoverishment. We talk about marginalization of the underprivileged people in South and other part of the world. So yes, critiques are there. Nevertheless, it really doesn't give us an answer, or at least a concrete answer, or maybe a sustainable answer, that where does the agency or authority lie? Now, there are multiple scholars who have basically talked about that, and the famous debate between agency and structure have highlighted that as well. Now, if the agency was in the state in the 1960s and 70s, it has probably transformed to human being after the end of the Cold War. Now, recently, scholars have tried to reinvent that. Are the human beings the real beholder of the agencies? Is also a very important question, and particularly with the rise of big data, digital kind of technologies, artificial intelligence. So the Yuval Noah Harari once told about quite interestingly in his famous book in Homo Deus, that the human being used to read books, and that is one of the projections of how human is holding the agency. Now, because of the artificial agency and big data, it's the books that you buy from Amazon and other sources, and you read it in your electronic devices in the tabs. The book is reading the human, because it immediately knows that what are your preferences and what you are going to purchase next. So where the agency lies, basically another very important question. So therefore, when we were satisfied that state-centric IR has been transformed into human-centric IR, I think the future of IR will probably not be concentrated in human. Now, are we enough normative to keep it within the human nature of the IR? The responsibility lies on us. And of course, there is a new colonization of knowledge within the North-South hierarchies, and obviously within the South hierarchies as well. The question, therefore, the next question I think I encountered, and I think I do not know whether I have a conclusive answer to that, even if we consider that that we would like to redefine IR and try to avoid the biases from the North, can we really avoid the recolonization of the IR education? Now, I put the IR in the parenthesis because we have been talking about recolonization or colonization of educations for the last 2 days. And the first session of today has also brought this debate. Now, I am in the dilemma between an yes and no. I want to believe, the normative side of myself believe that yes, we can avoid recolonization. Nevertheless, the no is perhaps a dominant answer, with a giant neoliberal university education structures that the first session speakers have quite significantly elaborated. Nevertheless, there is still an optimism. But the reason is, first of all, we need to really believe that there is a necessity of avoiding this recolonization in the 21st century. And it is very important from the IR perspective, because we try to understand the world from a hybrid perspective or approaches that probably have some scientific and at the same time non-scientific approaches. So there's a necessity of
Sorry for the interruption, sir. You have 3 minutes left.
Sure, I'll finish in 3 minutes. Thank you. So there is a necessity to reframe the genealogy of international system. We need to remember that international system didn't start from 1945, the Bretton Woods institutions, or even 1648 from the state systems. So we need to look back to the South itself, the Asia, Africa, and others. There's a diversity that is definitely need to be addressed. When you think about the integration of area studies, because now when we read area studies and international relations and political science, we again very much confined ourselves in the state-centric integration or area studies. The people-centric approaches in IR is very important. It has started since 80s. Nevertheless, somehow it seems like state is reviving, and there is no harm in that, but one need to really understand where do we need to locate the agency or authority of our structures when we study that. The problem, so far as the knowledge production is, and I know that significant amount of discussion has taken place on that. So I shouldn't repeat all those, but I think 2 or 3 things that I need to highlight, and it's very relevant to that, is when in IR or probably in most of the social science disciplines, data speaks a lot, and we rely on data quite significantly. And I'm not against data, although I prefer mostly the qualitative approaches. But the issue is that, can we really reposition what we like to achieve and what is our ontology or epistemology in the IR within the current and common, the contemporary the data system. So I think it is important to understand that the knowledge as meta-narrative in IR has been re-strengthened by positioning IR in this contemporary era of fake news, post-truth, and big data system. So I do not know how to separate these, or can we really separate the Southern IR from all that? But even if not, I think there's some approaches of retaining the uniqueness of the data of the South. It shouldn't always be the way how North has taught us to learn about the data. At the same time, we need to break the singularities and universal claims. So I'm quite against the generalization proposition, which is a positivist approaches. And finally, we need to accept and generalize the diverse nations of understanding in that particular cases. So the question still remains, how do we unpack the meta-narrative of these big data or algorithms in this particular case? So there is a huge roles of the universities of the South. I think the cooperations between the Southern universities are very important, and my policy recommendations is probably incomplete at this moment, but I think there are quite a few areas where Southern universities should collaborate, and particularly disciplines in the social sciences and IR should collaborate to give a strong foundation of this understanding. So I think unmarking the disciplinary boundaries are very important. I think IR should also consider health and environment and digital technology as one of the core topics of its studies. Regional and trans-regional cooperation between the universities are very important, and it is important to generate resources from within the South. Now, if anyone says that South is not rich, I'd probably have some problem to believe that, but yes, we might have some dependencies on the North in terms of generating resources to promote the collaboration. But I think time has come, and with the economic transformations, I think more resources need to be invested in here. Now, for my University of Dhaka, and I definitely take the pride of saying that IR department in Dhaka University is the first of its kind in South Asia. We started in 1947, and we have had a tremendous history of learning international relations throughout the ages of different political scenarios. At the same time, now at this moment, we have IR in 5 public universities, 2 or 3 private universities. There are think tanks who are working in this particular area. Still, the overall scope is not really that vast, but we have significant potentialities to contribute. And I think University of Dhaka and its IR department should take some of the initiatives which would definitely promote the South-South cooperations. Some of these are basically, of course, these are very common, but particularly in the IR field, we should encourage evidence-based interdisciplinary research. I think what I have always missed is interdisciplinary degrees. At one point of time, I really wanted to take a course in probably physics to understand more about quantum physics and things like that, but I couldn't take that in Dhaka University. So that was, I think, is very important, that interdisciplinary degrees are important at this current particularly pandemic, and hopefully we'll probably experience a post-pandemic world very soon, but we need to have knowledges on science and critical health sciences as well. So we should encourage South-South cooperations between the universities. And I have been visiting the Dhaka University website, which has listed more than 300 MOUs of Dhaka University with other institutions, and I counted, and it's quite interesting that more than one third actually of the MOUs of Dhaka University for the last 2 decades are with the universities from southern countries, from Asia, Africa, and South America. So these should be enhanced, and collaboration with the IGOs, NGOs, and the academia. So this is a work in progress. So I should probably come up with more attractive and implementable kind of examples of South-South cooperation and how it can enhance the studies of IR in higher education. I should stop here. Thank you for the patience listening.
Excuse me. Thank you, Dr. Bishash. I think we'll come back to you afterwards. And right now, do we open the floor for questions and answers?
Yes, madam. The floor is open, and we found some question in our chat box. If you permit, then I can read those for the and there's still option for the audience and guests. They can raise their hand to ask question directly to the presenter.
I think you have to raise your volume again. Okay. Yes.
Okay. Sorry, ma'am.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very well now.
Okay. Thank you. Then I was saying that we found some question in our chat box,
Yes.
and our chat box for the from our audience, and there's our floor is open for the audience. They can raise hand, and if you permit, then they can ask the question. Whichever you prefer, we can go for the first. At first, should I read the questions from the chat box?
Yes, please. And also to who is the question addressed to?
Okay. I'm also saying that we found two questions for Dr. S.M. Shamim Reza, sir. First one is from Mr. Mahmoudul Hassan. He asked, in your mass communication and journalism studies, does propaganda constitute a subject of study? And the second question was from Miss Sadia Afreen Proma to Dr. S.M. Shamim Reza, sir. If there are some attempts been taken by the department to address the issue of worldly resource conveys new laboratory, will you share some new ideas that has been propagated or initiated by the department to modernize the mass communication and journalism education? Then we found three questions for Dr. Niloy Rajan.
No, I think we'll first ask. We'll go one by one.
Okay.
Yes, Dr. Shamim. And can you be brief, please?
Well, on the necessity of having a subject of study on propaganda. Well, the first question might be raised, I mean, if there isn't a necessity to study propaganda as a course of study, unless you are doing any specializing of professionals, like in the armed forces, for example, or in any of the top level state machineries. One of the risks of introducing this kind of courses that it might be very misleading and might be used otherwise. So most of the universities, for the students, they tend not to open this kind of thing as a course of study. But obviously, when you study at micro levels, for example, when you study social psychology or social linguistics, you understand motivation, you understand persuasion. When you are studying television or film, for example, you automatically understand what is the importance of images and how it can be used for different purposes. And we are making a video, you are matured enough to understand how it can be utilized to motivate people to take, the COVID vaccine, or it can be, used to agitate people or to, make you agitated on any of the border issues, for example, or the fake news, misinformation, disinformation, and our young generation are so used to, dealing with the internet-based technology. I think there is no necessity of having a specialized course at the university level, particularly to teaching further studies like at the MPhil level, PhD level, or even in a specialized or tailored. I'm not discouraging or not saying there is no possibility or there is no scopes at all. But, this is the situation, and particularly when you're talking about artificial intelligence, big data. I mean, it is quite problematic for the university to run a course on propaganda. But just for your note, the study of communication began with.
Please try to be brief, Dr. Reza.
Actually,
Yes.
Okay, and the question Sadia says that the university can address the poorly resourced news laboratory at the university or even outside the university. It all depends on your planning, your strategic approaches, and how much you want to invest in the technical development of the departments like international relations, peace, or communications, for example. The university needs a broader vision in doing so. And I think it is not only the university's responsibility, but it's a responsibility of the industry and media as well. It's a responsibility of the people who can actually contribute money to the further progress of the development of the academia. So it is possible. On the other side, if you mean that university can do something to address the problem in the news industry, I tell you, we are really poor at doing researches. I mean, we haven't done enough researches to talk about the confidence in television news. The people's confidence in newspaper or in radio, for example, or whatever, the public announcements are being done. We haven't done that like Reuters Institute does, or Oxford University does, the BBC itself does, or even the big university again, I have to refer to West. So wish, Sadia, that we'll be able to do that sometime. I think it also refers to Niloy's query as well, that we need to invest, both human resources and money in doing so, so that we can also put forward some kind of direction to the people out there who are practicing we are in the policy making as well. I mean, this is my quick response to those two questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Afjalur Rahman, he raised his hand. Maybe we can take his question as well.
Thank you very much to the respected sir and madams, and also the organizers for giving me the floor. I have 4 questions. Number to the.
Can you be brief, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
To Dr. Lyotard, first one is, do you think the dominance of technology will further marginalize the non-Western voices of international relations in the international politics? Second one is, how do you see the changing trend of virtual diplomacy after the outbreak of COVID-19? I'm talking about the trust issues that we find in the person-to-person diplomacy. Third one is positivism revived because of the technological hegemony, as I'm specifically mentioning the case of a structural realism. So number 4, what would be the priorities and agendas of the IR discipline for the third world countries in the post-COVID-19 world politics? So thank you so much again.
Shall I answer, madam?
Yes, who is here? Who are you addressing these questions to? Nilay, sir. Okay, you should name the person. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Rahman, and thank you for the questions. I think quite a few. I mean, hopefully I have taken notes of it. Very briefly, the dominance of technology can marginalize, in fact, can marginalize the underprivileged, can marginalize who do not really have the access to the technologies. Now, now the issue is, are you talking about that this marginalization is the authority of the technology itself, or who invent and manage and administer the technologies? Now, who are the responsible was probably your question. Like, it is probably not the technology which who doesn't have the agency to create the marginalization. That was my issue when I was talking about authority and agency in the IR, and we need to reinvent that, because we have been talking about that the authority and agency should transfer to the individual from the state. Now, with the invention of technology, of course, dominance can be one of the outcomes. Now, the authority of construction of this outcome of the marginalization is probably not there with the wheel of invention of the science, because science and scientific progressions will always take place, and human being has exploited that. I mean, the people have exploited that, the rulers or like the inventors have exploited that. So I do not make technology as responsible, but who are administering the technologies are the responsible if there's an element of domination. I think the revival of positivism is a very important, I think I personally am very interested in that. I think, yes, to some extent, to a large extent, in fact, positivism still lies in, because, it's about the approach, which approach you are taking in terms of in understanding a particular knowledge. But at the same time, when we talk about social science broadly, that includes IR and other subjects in the social science faculties, or even beyond, or even in the science now these days, people are talking about that post-positivistic approaches are quite critical to go beyond science. One very important book is What is This Thing Called Science by Chalmers, and I can obviously give you the link of it. We used to study that as an undergraduate and try to understand how hypothesis is going to leading towards a thesis. However, there are so many critiques that has been there in the last 20 years of this particular book, and talk about that this entire process of thesis construction is actually a matter of construction, which is subjective, not objective. So revival of positivism is, or probably, existence of positivism is a truth, but there are post-truth as well, which is very important that we need to understand. The virtual diplomacy and trust issues probably is over there. I'm not really sure. Like, of course, I don't know whether you mentioned like, significant amount of critical discussions are taking places online. What kind of trust issues that can create. We have seen, at the onset of the pandemic, the SAARC 7 countries, the statesmen of SAARC 7 countries have sat together virtually and committed for cooperations, state-based cooperations during the pandemic. However, in reality, I think unfortunately we haven't really seen any cooperations in the SAARC countries, or those 7 or 8 countries who have been in the virtual thing. Now, really, the virtual medium, can you make the medium responsible for that? I do not know. Or, analyzing the cooperation between the SAARC countries in the last 10 years, even before pandemic, would probably give you the similar answer, the way how that followed after that. So I think I have covered most of your questions. I think the last questions were the priorities of the third world, and I have an allergy of using the term third world countries. I'm sure that you can understand that why it is not the third world. I mean, it's very colonial terminology. I mean, obviously then you believe that there's some sort of first world, and which is questionable. Of course, cooperation, human at the center of the discipline, and undisciplining the discipline to promote the cooperation, and identifying the agenda which really relies, and in the context of the geography, or in the context of the South, if not the global South, but probably for Bangladesh or maybe South Asia. So some of these issues are very important. As of now, of course, pandemic is a very important issue. Health, underdevelopment are very important, but we shouldn't really ignore the conventional IR issues, for example, war and security as well. Those are also very important. It's more important that what and how should we prioritize. Madam, I mean, if you allow me, there are 2 questions in the chat box and I can be very brief, like in 5 seconds or 7 seconds I can answer. Yes, sir. Thank you. So the 2 questions, I think the second question is yeah.
Sir, 2 questions from Mahbubul Zaman, and another one is from Mahamudul Hossain.
Right. I think the one question was, it seems that IR is full of theories and courses that have strong links with subjects like economics, history, gender, military knowledge, and so on. It's true. And what are the core subjects of IR? That's actually a very important question. In a very lighter tone, we used to say that IR is the MBA of social sciences when I was an undergraduate student. And that's basically, we used to study so many subjects in IR as a comprehensive undergraduate course. But of course, interstate relations, so diplomacy is one of the, if you want to say, the core subject. War studies or strategic studies. Well, strategic studies is a separate discipline now. So some of these topics were used to be considered as one of the core, conventional IR topics, but human rights is significantly a core, course of international relations in the contemporary time. Gender is a very important course of international relations, despite the fact that it has become a separate discipline now these days. And so does comparative religion. So it has been so wide and diverse that it has accepted that diversity, and thus it has enriched itself quite significantly in the contemporary time. Do you anticipate that mathematics will also become a necessary subject to study IR? It has already become a necessary subject. We used to study statistics. Probability was one of the things. I do not know when I was a student when I really understood statistics that much, despite I have a science background. But we used to study mathematics in quantitative research methodology and statistics, and understand the probabilities, the game theories, and things like that. Right. I think there was one question from Mahabub. What do you think Bangladesh has failed to pursue in its own school of thoughts for studying IR, despite having one of the oldest department of IR in Asia? That's very, I mean, I do not really agree that we do not have our own school of thoughts in IR. Now, I'm sure that we all have, we all have listened to Imtiaz Sir several occasions, and Sir has promoted, Rabindranath Tagore, Sir has promoted Lalon. Yes, the Western books have not yet, probably, I wouldn't say recognized, or maybe have not mentioned those as a quote unquote Kenneth Walesian realism or some kind of liberalism or things like that. But Now, if you go in depth, I think there are scholars from Asia and Africa who have contributed significantly to highlight and go in depth in researching the contribution of Southern scholars. Now, Mahatma Gandhi's contribution in IR is phenomenal, and it has been recognized significantly in peace and conflict literature and IR literature. So does, Tagore, so does many others. Now, of course, the Oxford University Praise IR theory book might not have a chapter on the Southern IR. Doesn't really convince me that Bangladesh yet, or maybe Bangladesh is part of the greater South Asia. South Asia has not yet contributed in IR. So I do not believe that. I believe we have contributed, might not be recognized by the Western academia. I think Proma's was more an observation. Agree to that. I've taken longer time. I'm sorry for
that. Admiral Raul.
You are, yeah.
So, Proma.
Sorry, I'm muted. Do we have any more questions?
Yes, there's a hand actually from Admiral Owl. He want to ask some questions.
Directed at?
Can I come in?
No.
Yes,
but can you be brief, please?
Yes, please. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
My question is to Dr. Niloy. Thank you very much. My question is on your point on state-centric IR versus human-centric IR. The promoted this state-centric IR, but the reality is bleak. The G7 has taken decision for vaccine distribution. Now they're foot dragging and the vaccine nationalism and the refusal to relax the patent restriction. It's like a colonialism. So in this context, how do you see the future of this human-centric IR discourse and vis-a-vis our post-COVID relationship between North and South? Thank you.
Thank you, Alsar. Hopefully you are doing fine. Thanks for the question. Let me just go. I think we cannot rely on one particular sources. I'm sure that we already understood that, and it has been discussed always. Like one particular sources, not only in the context of sourcing our vaccines for the pandemic, even though for our development assistance for others as well. Like, the human-centric approach is, to my humble opinion, going to Cuba and ask for the 5 different types of vaccines, and among them 2 are already successful, and they have been applying their own vaccines. Iran has been taking one of their vaccine technologies and reproducing it over there. So we cannot only look towards the Oxford, AstraZeneca, and Cambridge, XYZ, and MIT, Harvard. I think the Cuban vaccine would have been one that we should go for and ask for the help. That is my humble opinion. And there are experts on that. I'm not an epidemiologist, I'm not a medical science expert, but from the IR perspective, I think the human-centric approach is we shouldn't go towards and always depend on one particular source and from if that is particularly based at the north, because then we cannot really break or unpack that silo of dependency within the north, and also develop our own capacity. There is no alternative to that. Bangladesh has very significant and important histories of producing vaccines. There are no reasons that we cannot produce a vaccine for COVID pandemic.
I'm not talking about Bangladesh. It is in general. You see, the G7 has promised, but they're not delivering now. And unless we can produce a vaccine, they know it, but they're going to rot their vaccine in their holder and let the world suffer. So this is the dichotomy.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with you. But the issue is that the first instance that G7 countries has broken the promises. That's what my point is. If we take the lessons from the IR history, we have had histories of broken promises from the global north. So why do not we learn again and again?
Thank you.
That's my question.
I have a small question to Tom. just a basic one.
Okay, very.
That in a homogeneous society, conflict is relatively lower, but we live in a society where there is heterogeneity. So how much importance is given to moral and ethical study to address these issues? And also the rising, I want to.
It is not brief. Please be brief. You've been very long-winded.
Has been observed as well. So would you come?
Okay.
Right.
Can you give a very brief answer to that, Dr. Tawheed?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Proma, to raise this question, especially for the pandemic and the rise of intolerance. But the thing is, we do not see that straight away that the rise of intolerance, but we have seen some of the cases where some of the people were taken or identified by the law enforcing agencies. But if we see overall, the tension during the pandemic period is that it has brought quite a lot of time for people to spend on online. And the online platform is very quickly accessible by the groups who want to exploit it. And many people become involved in this process. That is one of the dimensions. And on the first point, what was your actual point on the first one?
Sir, it was about moral and ethical education in terms of addressing the radicalization issues in Peace and Conflict Studies Department.
Well, moral and ethical education, it's more of a philosophy, as Professor Salimullah, he said. It's a more of the thing how one address, because morality and ethics, I would say it sometimes is very confusing word to me, because it looks like that it could be very fuzzy sometimes, because how you see, because what it looks like to you that you go for example, an unorthodox work in a society, but that could undermine the societal peace, harmony, but you believe that this is your moral of that morality and education. And the fundamental is that Peace and Conflict Studies absolutely is not talking about that building the morality or the ethical development of individuals, but it talks about people to see that normative aspect to address any kind of issues, that if you see any crisis, then that normative aspect could come instead of involving force or deploying force, how best they could address issues by discussion and dialogues between the conflicting parties, or even when they are involved in that conflict, that could be addressed by discussions and dialogues. Nevertheless, at some point when we see the issues of conflict and issues of violence, there is a stage when the structure comes into play to neutralize the forces so that it cannot make much casualties to the society. Just one point, there was a personal question I believe somebody raised to me, and he left, and it was very closely related with student politics and tolerance, as long as I'm talking about the tolerance in the campus and higher education institution. Yeah, his question was that to what extent that could be reduced, or to how that trend could continue. The fundamental thing is that the way we have seen student politics, it has become to a great extent criminalized and involving money, involving many other elements that actually brought that kind of tension of intolerance. For last 1.5 years, we have not seen much activities in the campus, not much intolerance, I would say, but there are some local tensions. But I'm afraid when the campus will reopen and people will come in from completely different mindsets, remember, they are staying away from the campus. Whole young generation, when they're spending times in different other means, for example, on social media and staying in local areas, that could make some repercussion once they will come back to the campus, and that could lead to more kind of tensions if there are not adequate precautionary measures undertaken by the authorities. Thank you.
Is the question and answer session over?
Yes, ma'am.
I hope that was the last question. So can we wrap up now?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely, we can.
Okay. So how many minutes do I have?
Ma'am, it's up to you. Actually.
5 minutes.
5 minutes is fine. 5 minutes will be fine. Thank you, all of you. I think all three of you did very interesting papers, and I will try to take some points that have appeared in all of your papers generally. First of all, I think that I thank Shamim Riza for stressing the dynamism of private universities vis-a-vis the public ones. I wish private universities were as independent as you imagine them to be. They're not, because all private universities are very directly controlled by the University Grants Commission. And whereas they don't, the Grants Commission does not exert their pressure on the public universities, they do everything they can to put hurdles on the way to the development of private universities, whether it be our courses or anything at all. So that I think is a myth, that the private universities are really free and they're free to do anything, that they are very dynamic. Dr. Tawheed, you talked about tolerance. This particular word, I think I would love to see it. You have used it about respect for diversity. I wish we could replace the word tolerance everywhere with respect, because I think the word tolerance carries with it a certain degree of hegemony. You just tolerate a person. You may not respect his opinion. But I think if we teach respect for diversity, this should be, no society now is homogeneous. Homogeneity, I think, is boring. So everywhere, people are mixed. And the more heterogeneous a society is, the better it is, more democratic, more interesting to live in. So in every respect, we should, I think homogeneity is not something we should all aspire to. And if we don't respect diversity, there will be more violence and there will be more extremism. There will be less respect for each other's views. So there must be room for dissent. Without any dissent, there is never any social change. So there must be room for dissent, room for disagreement in every society. We are celebrating 100 years of Dhaka University. Another thing before I go into that will be my concluding remark. One other thing I wanted to say, how or its English or its history to be multidisciplinary. Previously, we used to think and we know that history has inspired a lot of art, a lot of architecture, a lot of literature. Now we know that all of these, architecture, art, literature, can be sources of history. In fact, they can be better and more truthful sources of history than the facts and figures of history itself, like coins, just as useful, just as valid. So multidisciplinary is the only way to go. And Dr. Nia is a living example of that. He's come from science and he's reading, he's a teacher of international relations. And it's a pity that he was not allowed to take a course from physics. I wish he was, because anywhere else in the world except Bangladesh, he would be allowed to do so. Yeah, and that is what should be encouraged rather than allowed. People should be encouraged to make as broad a base as possible. So I think these two are very important points. Thirdly, higher education, we are celebrating 100 years. I don't think that, what we were 50 years ago or 60 years ago, there's much to celebrate after that, because I think we have gone quite a bit downhill. We may have recruited 20,000, 30,000 more students. We may have a couple of dozen more departments, but qualitatively, what are we? We're still talking about numbers. Higher education is nowhere only for numbers. It's only for very few. What we must aspire to is, if somebody has not had a good tertiary level education, which also depends on a good primary level education, he or she cannot receive higher education. As Salimullah Khan said, you need the languages. You need to read. You must be able to read and to write. These are the basic things. So when we open up higher education to everyone. Once you've done your SSC, if you think that you have the right to take a master's, then you cannot have quality higher education. Higher education nowhere in the world. And the last of all, I mean, the other, if there are any socialistic countries left anymore, it's not for everyone. Neither is it for anyone who can afford to. It is only for the few who will be academics or professional researchers. So, what have we done? We have done just the opposite. We take applications, and then students give choices, and then we tell them that you're not good enough to study philosophy, you're not good enough to study literature or IR, but you're good enough to study history or Sanskrit or Pali or Urdu. And the student is quite happy with that, because the public education, university education, is one, more affordable, and secondly, it gives him a certificate that he's a master's or a BA, which is really of no value at all. So actually, we must turn this on. The student may have no aptitude for any of those subjects that he's getting admission into. So where is this passion for research? Where will you get the passion for research? There won't be the passion for research, because he's been driven into a subject which he did not like, which he did not choose. And this does not happen anywhere else in the world, as far as I know. So, and the level to which we have descended, it was sort of, was very clear. Just in the last 1 week, 1 or 2 weeks, there have been several talk shows on television in the different channels celebrating 50 years of Bangladesh. And in one particular one, I will not name his name, but he used to be one of the top civil servants of the country. He was a very close associate of Bangabandhu. He worked with him very closely for several years. And he's quite closely associated with one of the private universities, was a very popular teacher of Dhaka University for a few years. He was talking about the development of Bangladesh, the economic development of Bangladesh. And he said he was all praised for the strides we have taken in the economic fields. But he said that as far as health and education is concerned, there's so much left to be desired. And then it was very anecdotal, but he said that he actually had to sit in the Dhaka University syndicate and listen to a debate on how much plagiarism should be allowed in a PhD thesis. Now, when he talked about that, and I think he said that they were arguing whether the bottom level should be 40% or not. So when you're arguing about a PhD thesis, then why are we invigilating examinations? We shouldn't. If a PhD level student is allowed, and I assume that a PhD level student after his PhD will apply to Dhaka University probably, or is already a teacher in Dhaka University. And we are arguing, the syndicate members, the top lawmaking body of Dhaka University, of the topmost public university in the country, they're arguing how much plagiarism should be allowed. Now, I don't want to comment on this anymore. And as this particular person had said, that his head hung in shame. He was so ashamed to hear this. So when we talk about celebrating 100 years of Dhaka University, we should also keep this in mind, that we are not, it hasn't been, I'm afraid, an uphill journey. There have been several things that have happened and that are really regrettable. And I wish we could go back again to those glorious days. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. This was a fascinating session to be held. 3 eminent speakers from different but interrelated branches of education have graced this session while specifying and elaborating on the particular discipline. I hope you thoroughly enjoyed the session. Professor Dr. Shamim Reza, Dr. Tawhid sir, Dr. Nilay sir, thank you for your time and cooperation. We would like to convey our gratitude and thanks to Dr. Parveen Hassan ma'am as well for being here and moderating this session. We are almost at the end of today's session. At this moment, I would like to request the convener of this entire event, Honorable Professor Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed sir of the Department of International Relations, University of Dhaka, to deliver his concluding remarks. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me thank the moderator and also the speakers. Good to hear the vibrant, what you call passionate speech by the moderator. Praveen Appa has always been very passionate about this. A couple of things I think I couldn't get into the first session. I had a parallel e-conference, a global e-conference I was tied up, but I heard the second session. Couple of things. One, I guess pandemic has opened the opportunity, as they say that every chaos creates opportunity, whether it's Lao Tzu or Einstein, both say the same thing. And the opportunity is that the classroom is not going to remain as it was. There will be a D-class space. And some of the universities have already started. Some of the private universities I know that have started. Myself, I have offered courses sitting right in Dhaka, whereas earlier I used to fly to that particular country and take a full course. But this time it was absolutely online. I think it's time for Dhaka University to tap on that, because by that you can bring students of all kinds. I think we should open up even the admission for all the students of the world. There's no reason why it should be limited to Bangla. I understand language could be a problem in some of the disciplines. I can understand, but that also I think there are ways to resolve that particular issue. Science would not have that much of a problem because language of science is almost universal. Social science definitely will have problem. I understand not all departments, but some departments. So that's one issue. Second, of taking something that Nilay was flagging, taking multiple courses, whether it's music and physics, I think it's so easy now. Earlier, they used to do it, you have to do everything manually, but now you don't have to do manually. You have a Excel sheet, and you can get in 1 second who is taking which course and what hours. So I think the technology is there. I can understand earlier, and I can tell you my story. When I was a Dhaka College student, I took advanced maths and I took advanced English, and then I went to class and I said, no, you can't take advanced English and advanced maths. I said, what's the problem? He said, no, the final exam, when it will take place, it will be at the same time. And they're not going to change it. So you can't be in two places. So I threw away advanced math. I threw away advanced also English. And then instead, and I'm blessed, I think, I took logic and I took psychology, which I thought extraordinary. My interest still is in English, so it should not be, English literature, so that did not create so much of a problem. So my point here is, I think the technology can solve the issues that were raised here. It's only, and I think Parveen Appa is right, it's very difficult to change things, and she knows more than me, as a Dhaka University alumni, and I can tell you, it's so slow and sometimes, but you need to have patience. And this is the third thing I must flag, given that we are children of 1971. I'm telling my young people, you need to have enormous patience, believe it or not. My bulk of my friends, they all left and they settled in Canada or US, but now they regret, believe it or not. I can tell you, in many ways they regret. Because the pride that you have, the pride that I speak, the way I speak, they can't. They're excellent, brilliant students, and they have done well. It's not like they haven't done well. But at the end of the day, you can't transform Canada. You can't transform United States. You can't transform Australia, but you can transform Bangladesh. That's the point. You can do something here and you can change things. And the pride that you get at the end of the day, I think that's much, much greater than all the all the hurdles. And I understand the hurdles, but I understand those who retire, and this is going back to Parveen Appa's statement, a retired person becomes revolutionary in Bangladesh. So I am not, at all surprised. When he was in the chair, he didn't do anything, but now that he's retired, I guess he becomes revolutionary. I've seen the revolutionary, believe it or not, so many of them, because I sit with them from time to time in different, so I can say firsthand. But anyway, thank you very much. I'm sure those who are listening, and this is live streamed on Facebook, and we have on the average over 4,000 to 5,000 people logging into Facebook and listening to it, and sometimes listening after. So I'm sure the points that you have raised would be listened to very carefully. I understand it's a difficult task, but since after 50 years, we have a little bit of a breathing space, not a big breathing space. At least we are not sliding down to the way some of our neighboring countries have gone. At least we can say the country from where we got out, we are doing a little bit better than them. I think that's an achievement a little bit. I have to say that. So on that positive note, but with all the problems that we have, let's see what can be done. I hope the paper presenters will submit their papers as early as possible, because as I say, there will be 6 volumes on the 6 webinars that we took place, and this will be last. Tomorrow is the final day. I will welcome all of you to join. That will be and we have only one session tomorrow. Well, there's a small closing session where the Vice Chancellor, the Honorable Vice Chancellor will come and speak, but otherwise we will have the UGC chair, Qazi Shahidullah Bhai will come there. So I think it would be interesting to listen to him as well. And of course, also the Vice Chancellor. I'm not sure whether he's listening to all the critiques, but I'm sure some people are putting words that this is what is happening in the webinars, and he knows that some of the problems are real. So let's let me thank all of you. Appa, thank you very much for.
It was a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
And the speakers, thank you. Stay safe. The pandemic is not over. Believe it or not, the spike has really coming up. You need to have another patience, enormous patience to get this pandemic over. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sir. It was a
Good
nice.
night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you all.
Good night.
Take care.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, all of
Thank
you.
you. Thank you,
Please join
Thank
us tomorrow at the same time.
Thank you.
Till then,
Okay,
stay safe and take care of yourself. Thank you, sir.
If the organizers could go stay back.
Sure, sir.
Sir,
Yes.
স্যার আমি একটু লিভ করছি স্যার, আমি একটু জাস্ট থ্যাংক ইউ
Thank
স্যার।
you.
উইল টক
তো মা আছে ভালো?
স্যার দুজনেই স্যার ভালো আছে, মানে অক্সিজেন লেভেল ওয়াইজ আর কি স্যার, বাট দেয়ার আর মানে আদার ইস্যুস।
That's a good news.
উইল টক স্যার। থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার।
ঠিক আছে, ভালো থেকো। Okay, are we done with the rest?
Almost, sir.
Almost,
sir.
আতিক আছো? আতিক তো আছে, হ্যাঁ।
জি
আছি স্যার।
Good. Okay, আমি